Chapter 3772. Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and Lang Ganglai glanced at each other, then grinned as they responded one after another, "Don't worry, they're all still alive. We didn't kill them directly. But they're on their last breath. Even if the Sector Lord Realm ancestors of their respective clans act, they won't be able to recover. After all, their Dao foundation has been destroyed. That's right, those 6 fellows have bullied us a lot in their clans. They've done all kinds of evil. This time, they've finally received their retribution. It feels so good. The key is that we used the secret techniques of our respective clans. We didn't leave any unusual traces. Even if the Sector Lord Realm ancestors carefully investigate, they won't find any clues. Moreover, those 6 fellows' consciousnesses are all in chaos. Even soul-searching has no effect. From the beginning to the end, they suffered everything in a coma. They don't know of our existence at all. So, it doesn't matter if we hand them over alive. After all, they're all Universe Dao children of their respective clans. A total of 6 of them can be exchanged for a lot of ransom. Naturally, we have to make use of them. Otherwise, we would have killed them long ago. In the end, the 6 of them smiled knowingly at Yi Xian. The latter was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and bitterly smiled. This was good. He had learned his old profession thoroughly as soon as he joined the group. He even had the aura of someone who surpassed him. It was truly speechless. These 6 incomparably black-bellied fellows, plus the 8 great Vajras and the other 24 people. Once they were released back to their respective clans, it was no different from wolves entering a sheep's pen. That's right, Yi Xian did intend to release all 30 fellows. Based on the good fortune they had obtained in the Farmer God Cauldron, they would definitely soar into the sky after returning to their respective tribes. This was especially true for Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the others. They had secretly seized the Dao foundation of their respective Daoist children of heaven and earth, although they had yet to reveal it. But in the future, they would definitely be refined slowly. At that time, these 6 fellows would definitely grow into new Universe Dao children. In time, the entire clan would be in their hands. Of course, this might take a long time, but if Yi Xian exerted some influence from the outside, the development speed of the entire process would be greatly increased. In the end, once these fellows obtained the control of their respective clans with Yi Xian's secret help, Yi Xian would indirectly control a total of 30 top clans and powers. He would have all the top clans in the 2nd and 3rd universe. This was definitely a trump card. Once it was used in the future, its effect would definitely be heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Xian. They were all the important figures of the human clans' ants clans. Families clans and clans powers. Of the clans and clans of the human clans to say, they were all the important figures of the clans and clans. These people had all sworn an oath to do something for Yi Xian. Perhaps one person's strength was not very strong, but these 10,000 or so Federation elites represented almost all the top clans and clans of the human clans in the 3rd universe. If Yi Xian found them and secretly gave an order, they would all respond at once. Everyone responded at the same time. The effect of that kind of influence was absolutely shocking. This was also a trump card, but it was also not the time to use it now. This is a rare opportunity. Later, I will secretly send you all to the cages at the bottom of the volcano in the central region and lock you up. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, and continued, including you all. You've been crazy for so long after coming out. You can't always stay in the Shenong Cauldron, right? You should take advantage of this opportunity to go back. After he finished speaking, he directly ignored the pouting and unhappy expressions of the 3 girls and continued, when we return, we will bleed those fellows imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano one by one and ruthlessly extort a large sum of money. After receiving the ransom from their respective clans, I will release all of them one by one. You will be mixed in with them, so it will not arouse suspicion. As for what to say when your clans ask you later, you will naturally understand. There's no need for me to explain. Of course, before sending you out, I will secretly distribute a batch of cultivation resources and treasures to you. Everyone will have one. It will be a starting resource for your rapid development after you return to your clans. After you go out, you can secretly contact each other. At the same time, if you encounter something important and can't get in touch with me, you can directly contact Triumph City and ask for their help. Just say that it's my idea. Hearing Yi Xian's advice, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the other 22 young geniuses of the second universe all nodded. There was no objection, and they all looked a little excited. However, the 8 great guardian deities, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, looked embarrassed. Obviously, they all had their own ideas. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the 8 great guardian deities, asking for the reason. The 8 of them immediately shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It's not a problem for them to go back, but the 8 of us probably won't be able to go back. Yes, yes, yes. Last time, there were quite a number of people who were caught with us. Later on, the others all went back, and only the 8 of us stayed behind. Moreover, those who were released all knew that we stayed behind willingly. In this case, if the 8 of us suddenly go back and go to our clans, I'm afraid that not only will we not have a chance to quickly rise up, but we will also be imprisoned for investigation. Even if we can evade this matter, in the future, there is basically no hope of rising up in our clans. In that case, it's better to stay in the Farmer God Cauldron. At least there is enough spirit energy here, and our cultivation will be faster. In addition, with such a large space in the cauldron, we will need someone to take care of it. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. The 8 great guardian deities were right. He had forgotten about this before, but now it seemed that the 8 of them could not go back, and could only stay in the Farmer God Cauldron for the time being. After this matter was decided, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. He rolled his eyes and asked, "The 3 of you, what are you up to now?" "Nothing, we have been out for so long. Naturally, we should go back. Otherwise, our families will be worried." "Yes, yes, yes. If you don't let us go, I won't let you go. But before we go back this time, shouldn't you help us finish condensing the armor so that we can bring it back? How long has it been delayed?" As they spoke, the 3 maidservants all rolled their eyes. Chapter 3773. Yi Xian didn't even think about the request of the 3 girls and immediately agreed. He had refined the armor of the 3 girls several times with the fusion system. Now, they were already Starry Sky legendary level treasures. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if he wanted them to reach the Quasi-Starry Sky Supreme Treasure level, he would need to successfully fuse them 4 more times at most. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian arranged Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the other 22 young geniuses of the second universe to the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. After pretending to be imprisoned, he said a few words to the 8 great Vajras. Then, after the 8 of them left, he refined the armor of the 3 girls again. Fusion and condensation. Today, Yi Xian's cultivation was far from what it used to be. After the Devouring system experienced several competitive tasks for the system's host and successfully won, it also evolved and grew again and again. It was also far from what it used to be. Therefore, this fusion and condensation was successful without any suspense. It only took him more than 2 hours. The 3 armor were still Starry Sky legendary level treasures, but they were very close to the Starry Sky epic level. If there were no accidents, after the next successful fusion and condensation, they could be promoted to the Starry Sky epic level. This kind of terrifying refining speed and success rate once again shocked Xianyuan Ziying and the other 2 girls. When Yi Xian handed over the 3 female cultivator armors that were overflowing with light and color and looked incomparably dazzling and powerful at the same time, he handed them over to the three girls one by one. After the three girls were stunned, they finally sighed and muttered a few words to Yi Xian, such as perverted, monstrous, and so on. They took their respective armors, sacrificed them, and ran off to the side to play. It was like an ordinary woman who suddenly got a beautiful new dress. They were excited and excited. After finally sending the three girls away, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. He adjusted his state of mind and began to think about how to deal with those fellows imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Among the captives captured in the previous battle, Lang Gongxiang, Jiao Zhenrong, and the other 5 heaven and earth Dao disciples, who were on their last breaths, were no longer of any value to be exploited. Not only had their Dao foundations been taken away, but they had also been stripped clean. Yi Xian locked the 6 of them together and asked for the ransom later. Their value could be considered to have been squeezed clean. In addition, he also had 2 Dao children of heaven and earth in his hands. They were both from the first universe's servant race. They were Meng Mashan and Yi Jiuming. Yi Xian had no intention of redeeming these 2 fellows. That was no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountain. Therefore, he immediately took all the cultivation resources and magic treasures on Meng Mashan and Yi Jiuming. Then, he threw them into 2 mountain cages in the depths of the central region's volcanic plain. He would not pay attention to them for a short time. He would think about it later. The next thing he needed to deal with was the fleets of various races and forces from the 3 universes, as well as the masters of the starry sky, who had rushed into the Shenong cauldron at the last moment to seek protection. The 8 old monsters of the domain lords, the dozens of old monsters of the star lords, and the hundreds of supreme masters of the universe naturally needed to be taken care of. However, Yi Xian planned to put this matter aside for a while. In his opinion, the first thing he should deal with was the 5 million huge battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various races. He did not need to care about the countless masters of the starry sky in these battleships for the time being. However, all the battleships of various types must be vacated first and then moved out of the central region's volcanic plain. There were still many battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types parked around the central region's volcanic plain. All of them had been obtained by Yi Xian through extortion in the Demonkin Star region. There were 5 million of them. If he added the 5 million trapped at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain, the total number of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses in Yi Xian's hands would exceed the 10 million mark. After such a huge fleet was sent to Triumph City, some large-scale production lines for intelligent robots would be set up to produce robot soldiers. When that time came, Triumph City would be able to amass a starry sky battleship army that all the top forces and races could not ignore in the shortest time possible. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get his hands on the 5 million battleships at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain. He was very anxious about this matter and was very concerned about it. For this reason, Yi Xian even decided to put aside the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle for the time being. At present, these millions of native ferocious beasts were all at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain. However, they were not individually imprisoned. After all, Yi Xian did not treat these native ferocious beasts as captives. He deliberately separated an extremely vast area at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain to accommodate these native ferocious beasts. In that vast volcanic plain, the millions of native ferocious beasts were completely free to move about. However, there was no way for them to leave the volcanic plain. At the same time, they would not meet the experts of various races who were imprisoned in other areas. He planned to more or less settle these important matters before meeting with the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle to explain everything, including the truth about the netherworld furnace. In short, in Yi Xian's eyes, these native ferocious beasts were friends, not enemies. They needed to be treated appropriately. The bottom of the central region's volcanic plain. From the outside, the entire Shenong cauldron was as huge as a superstar. The space inside was even more vast. It was not like a small star region, but it was definitely several times the size of a superstar's interior space. The central region's volcanic plain took up a third of the cauldron's interior space. And this was only what Liu Biao saw in the internal space. In fact, the ring-shaped volcano's terrain was completely conical. The crater was already so large. The further one went down, the larger the space. When one reached the bottom of the volcano's plain, the vastness of this place made one completely speechless. 5 million warships of various types were imprisoned here, only occupying a small corner. As for the 8 domain lords, dozens of star lords, and hundreds of universe lords, they were all imprisoned in individual cages at the bottom of the volcano's ring-shaped mountain wall. This corner that imprisoned 5 million battleships was basically just enough for all the battleships to land and park. Even the height was limited by Yi Xian. The space was very cramped, and the height was only slightly higher than the large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. To put it more directly, this was simply stuffing over 5 million warships of various types into a box that was just enough to fit them. Under such circumstances, all the warships could not even take off. The slightest carelessness would cause them to crash. Chapter 3774. Fellow Daoists, brothers and sisters, uncles and uncles. I'm here. Suddenly, Yi Xian's teasing voice appeared without any warning. We haven't seen each other for half a day. This young master misses everyone to death. Fellow Daoists, have you all thought of this young master? Puff. Puff. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, a large number of muffled sounds rang out from the plains at the bottom of the volcano. More than half of the starry sky experts were angered to the point of spitting out blood, including the nearly 200 supreme beings that were specially imprisoned. None of them were spared. It was too infuriating. What happened to taking refuge? Didn't he say that he would lend her a hand? There was simply no comparison. Everyone, including the 8 region lords, had become prisoners as soon as they entered. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. The other existences did not dare to answer Yi Xian's words, including the dozens of old monsters of the Star Lords. However, the 8 old monsters of the region lords, who were full of anger, spoke one after another as soon as they heard Yi Xian's words. Linghu, my young friend, you're finally here. Yes or no, my young friend, you have a lot of things to do, so we didn't want to disturb you. But now that you're here, you should be almost done with your work, right? Since you're done with your work, shouldn't you move us to another place? Yes, the situation was urgent before. We plunged in from the mouth of the Medicine King cauldron. The fog was too thick, so we didn't see the ground clearly. We didn't expect that we would plunge into this cave, the space is too narrow. My young friend, take us out quickly. It's said that the inner space of the Shenong cauldron is full of birds and flowers. I'm suddenly in the mood to drink wine and discuss Tao with my young friend. I also have many treasures to give you. Yes, I also have some treasures in my hands, but I haven't found the right person to give them to. Today, I'm lucky to meet my young friend Linghu. The treasures in my storage ring are shining one after another. This is the auspicious sign of meeting a wise master. Oh, there's no hurry. When my young friend takes us out and we drink wine and discuss Tao together, what's the harm in telling you in detail? My young friend, what do you think? Nothing much. Just as the last person finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately replied. His tone changed and was filled with coldness. Do you still want to go out? Do you really think this young master is so easily fooled? Didn't we agree to pay the cauldron entrance fee? After all, this young master had disregarded his own safety and acted bravely for a just cause. Ahem, I should at least give you some benefits to comfort you, right? And the result? Now, there are more than 5 million battleships in the Shenong cauldron. How many people are in each battleship? You can count for yourselves. This young master didn't even receive 1,000 small space boxes. How is this proportionate? It's fine to fish in troubled waters, but you can't take so much. You're simply treating this young master as a sucker. This matter must be accounted for. This young master has decided to first make a roster of everyone and then check them one by one. After confirming the owners of nearly 1,000 small space boxes, the rest will be accounted for together. Come, there are too many people, and most of them are in the battleships. This matter is not urgent. I can tell everyone a piece of good news. Thanks to this young master, you are now safe. This young master has taken the Shenong Cauldron and left the source of all evil star field. In short, the crisis has been resolved. Whether it is this young master or you, we have plenty of time to slowly sort out this matter. There are too many people, and most of them are in the battleships. This is really inconvenient. Now listen to this young master's unified command. Everyone, come out of the battleships. This young master will first move these obstructing battleships out of here. Just a reminder, don't try to hide your aura in the battleships and use this kind of method to fool this young master into sending you out. This young master can clearly tell you that the Shenong Cauldron is now at the edge of a large void turbulence crack. This young master will directly throw all the battleships that are moved out into that void turbulence crack. Previously, I have tested the water with several large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Once thrown in, they immediately disintegrated and then exploded. If anyone thinks that their physical body can withstand this level of void turbulence, they will be able to do it. Just hide as much as you want. Okay, now the countdown begins. In 5 minutes, this young master will activate the Shenong Cauldron and throw all the battleships out. After that, voila, as soon as Yi Xian finished his last sentence, the ground at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain was immediately filled with the sound of cabin doors opening. More than 5 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds, without exception, all opened their cabin doors. What a joke, the time was only 5 minutes, no one wanted to be a second late, and finally be thrown into the void turbulence together with the battleships. Going to that kind of place, even if they could resist the collapse of the physical body, they would not be able to find the way back at that time. It was equivalent to being exiled forever, no one wanted to try. In addition, don't think that he was joking. The methods of young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld had long been famous inside and outside the world, and the primordial little demon ape was even more ferocious. With the past achievements or criminal records of these three identities, who would dare to bet with him on the authenticity of those words just now? This guy was a devil incarnate. He had captured 8 old monsters of the domain lords alive. What else couldn't he do? With this thought, the powerhouses of the major clans of the 3 major planes in more than 5 million battleships rushed out of the battleships in a panic like stray dogs. In the blink of an eye, the space above the battleships in this area was densely packed with human heads. At a glance, at least, more than 100 million. After all, there were more than 5 million battleships of all kinds, and there were many powerhouses of various races in each battleship. Even if some of the positions were manned by intelligent robots, there were no less than 100 million starry sky powerhouses in all the battleships. The whole process was so fast that even Yi Xian was speechless. In about 3 minutes, more than 5 million battleships were completely empty. As for the intelligent robots, at this time, no one cared about them. With the power of the Shenong Cauldron, Yi Xian scanned all the battleships. After confirming that no one was left in them, he immediately moved all the battleships out of the plains at the bottom of the volcano and moved to the slopes around the crater above. Although this was a big project, the Shenong Cauldron had been completely refined by Yi Xian. With the power of the internal field of the cauldron, Yi Xian could easily do it. At this point, there was not a single battleship left in the vast area. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with powerhouses of various races. Okay, all the battleships have been moved out. Look, this is great, the field of vision is much wider. Chapter 3775. The words bleeding one by one instantly exposed Yi Xian's thoughts. In reality, he'd said that on purpose because he wanted these fellows to know that he'd come to extort them, so they shouldn't think about getting lucky. When one is under the eaves of another, the situation is stronger than one's. One has to accept one's fate. When they realized this, the hundreds of millions of experts in this area were instantly depressed to the extreme. However, no one dared to make a sound and could only grunt to themselves. Even those Star-Lord realm old geezers were the same. Only the 8 region lords were fuming with rage. All 8 of them had paid the entrance fee, and the situation was urgent at that time, so all of them were generous and didn't dare be stingy. But in the end, because the others didn't pay the entry fee, young Master Linghu caught them in the act and openly detained the 8 of them. It just so happened that young Master Linghu was in the right, so the 8 old geezers couldn't do anything about it even if they tried to argue for it. They were truly cowardly. In their depression, the 8 region lords had nowhere to vent their anger, so they vented it all on the others present. You bastards! Have all of you been blinded by lard? All 8 of us are dignified region lords, yet we've paid the entrance fee without exception, yet all of you dare to take advantage of us. Could it be that all of you think you're more formidable than us? How infuriating! Young Master Linghu disregarded his own safety at such a critical moment and acted courageously for a just cause. All of you were stingy with the entrance fee. All of you have lost face for the various clans. How shameful! It's truly a disgrace. If this matter were to spread, this old man's illustrious reputation would be completely destroyed by your hands. Idiots! You actually committed such a huge mistake for the sake of some material possessions. How can we hold our heads high before young Master Linghu like this? After a round of reprimanding, all the hundreds of millions of experts in this area had shrunk back from the scolding, and only then did the 8 old geezers vent their anger slightly. They grunted and huffed for a while, and then they probably felt that the show was about done, so they turned around and looked towards the plain at the bottom of the volcano. Come here. Because Yi Xian did not appear, his voice was transmitted from above. The group of old men were unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. They could only raise their heads and put on smiling faces to mediate the situation. Young friend, as you can see, this is really just a misunderstanding. Everything will be fine after we talk about it. Yes or no, the situation at the time was too urgent, so I didn't have time to pay the cauldron fee. This is understandable. Make up for it. This has to be fixed. Leave this matter to us. Yes, yes, yes. They are all juniors from various clans. With little friend's talent, you are in existence of the same generation as us. How could you be so calculative with these insensible juniors? An insensible junior? Humph, what a joke. You old geezers, you want to fool this young master to feel comfortable, right? Before the 8 old geezers could speak, Yi Xian's voice was directly transmitted, interrupting their words. He sneered, look around yourselves. There are nearly 200 powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters, but this young master received less than 100 entrance fees. What does this mean? At least half of the powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters have not paid the entrance fees. Are they all insensible juniors? This is simply insulting this young master's intelligence. Hearing this, the 8 old monsters of the domain lords did not utter a word. They all looked at each other with their mouths open, choking until their necks were thick. The 200 or so Star-Lord old monsters and powerful experts in the surroundings, some sighed silently, some blushed. Needless to say, those who blushed were all people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and had no intention of paying the entrance fees at all. Although they had successfully sneaked in, they were now caught in the act. Compared to the hundreds of millions of experts from various clans who had also paid the entrance fees, as powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters, they were too conspicuous. Now that Yi Xian mentioned them, it was no different from being pressed on the fire to be roasted. Don't. Many of the powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters were embarrassed and nervous to the point that cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. There was no other way. The 8 old monsters of the domain lords were fiercely glaring at them, gnashing their teeth. They clearly wanted to catch one of them as a scapegoat and report to young Master Linghu. Thinking of this possibility, the nearly 100 powerful experts and Star Lord old monsters who had not paid the entrance fees suddenly felt a chill run down their backs. Several of them even trembled. "Are you done acting?" Yi Xian sneered as he looked at Zhao Kong and the other 8 domain lords shaking their heads and sighing in pain. His voice sounded once again, "Since the few of you are willing to take charge and call the rest of the people, including the supreme expert of the universe and the old monster of the Star Lord, as ignorant juniors, then this young master will do. How about this? This young master will forget about the matter of you tricking this young master. However, now that this young master has brought all of you out of the root of all evil star field, the problem of the entrance fees should be compensated, right? Oh, right, this young master feels that it is necessary to explain to all of you what happened after we left the root of all evil star field." Regarding all of this, Yi Xian had deliberately walked out of the black hole of life before entering the Shenong cauldron and received the nearby star network to understand it. In addition to his own understanding of the root of all evil star field, at this moment, he was naturally clear and logical. Now what can be confirmed is that the giant star cauldron in the depths of the core of the root of all evil star field is called the Netherworld Furnace. It is a giant star refining system. And the giant green eye that appeared in the core of the star field later is related to some kind of heavenly Tao law, suspected to be the heavenly Tao green eye. That is the heavenly Tao green eye, which represents the power of the heavenly Tao. There is no need for this young master to explain how terrifying it is. I will tell you what happened to those warships and star lords who did not escape, and you will know. In the entire root of all evil star field, except for a small number of warships and star lords who were originally very close to the outer area who escaped, all the other warships and star lords, including millions of indigenous ferocious beasts, were sucked into the netherworld furnace and crushed into meat paste by a huge millstone. They were mixed together. Among them, there were even 2 sector lord realm indigenous ferocious beasts that appeared at the last moment. One was the wind demon tiger, the other was the immemorial thunder centipede. Chapter 3776. What? 2 world lord realm monsters actually appeared in the depths of the core area? A wind demon tiger and a primeval lightning centipede. My God! They're extremely rare ancient ferocious beasts just like the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle. They possess strange might and are extremely difficult to deal with. I never expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from that enormous green eye. Exactly what level of existence is it? It's simply unimaginable. How terrifying. I've never heard of such a formidable existence that even world lords were instantly killed by it. Moreover, it was 1 against 2. Void refinement formation? Who set all of this up? Right, it must be the Heaven Dao's green eye. The truth is too shocking. At least 10 million battleships and countless experts from the various top-rate powers and races of the 3 dimensions have fallen, and they've all been thrown into the netherworld furnace. They've all been crushed into mush. What exactly are they trying to refine? The source of all evil? It really is evil. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this no matter what. I almost died there. Yi Xian's words had clearly terrified the hundreds of millions of experts in this area, and this included the 100+ experts of the universe and the dozens of Star Lord realm monsters. At this moment, all of their expressions had changed, and they cried out with astonishment. Even the 8 region lords led by Zhao Kong had slightly ashen expressions at this moment. They had already guessed that there would definitely be a sector lord level savage beast in the depths of the core of the root of all evil. However, they originally thought that there was only one. After all, sector lords were not like domain lords. Such a level of existence could be found in any race of the 3 universes. They were extremely rare. But now, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they found out that there were actually 2 supreme ferocious beasts at the World Lord realm in the core area. Moreover, this was only a guarantee. After all, this Linghu young master had been roaming the starry sky with the identity of a primeval devil ape, and his status was like the crown prince of the ferocious beasts. Even the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle who were ferocious beasts at the region lord realm had to be careful before him. To achieve this, young Master Linghu had to have the support of a sector lord old monster. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Although it was confirmed that his identity was fake, and it should be just a bloodline ability, there was no way to fake the identity of the sector lord behind him. With his means, even the hundreds of millions of experts and over 5 million battleships and fortresses were brought out of the root of all evil star field. How could the sector lord old monster behind him be left in the root of all evil star field? Furthermore, when Zhao Kong and the others paid the entrance fee and charged into the farmer god cauldron, they clearly saw a large number of native ferocious beasts entering the cauldron. The primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, these two domain lord level beasts, had entered long before them. But now, only the experts of the various powers and races could be seen in this unknown underground space, and not a single native ferocious beast could be seen. If there were no accidents, all the native ferocious beasts should be leisurely waiting on the ground within the cauldron, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, the two domain lords of the native ferocious beasts. It was even to the extent that, the sector lord old monster behind young Master Linghu was most likely up there as well. When they thought of this possibility, Zhao Kong and the others instantly felt the hairs on their backs stand on end. After all, there was still a formidable army of native ferocious beasts eyeing them covetously on the ground within the cauldron. The confirmed high-end forces included at least 2 domain lord level beasts and a sector lord level beasts. How were they supposed to deal with this? Even though there were many experts gathered here, so long as Linghu young master sent out these 3 high-end forces, then they would be easily suppressed. No wonder this brat dared to come here alone and bleed hundreds of millions of experts one by one. He was completely fearless. In an instant, a strong sense of life and death crisis rose in the hearts of Zhao Kong and the other 8 domain lord level beasts. They originally thought that they would be safe after escaping from the source of all evil. Even if they were trapped in the farmer god cauldron, they would at most be trapped. With young Master Linghu young master's strength, other than using the power of the cauldron to trap them, could he have the ability to kill domain lord level beasts? But now, it seemed that the situation was completely different. No wonder he dared to say something about letting them bleed one by one. There was even a supreme sector lord level ferocious beast glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. If it was truly angered, then even if they were the 8 domain lords, all their precious blood would be drained clean. In short, this guy was a devil incarnate, and couldn't be provoked. It was better to quickly feed him and make him feel that there was no value in keeping them here. At that time, he would naturally let them go. Although the price wasn't small, and the other party probably wouldn't let them go easily if they didn't throw away all their cultivation resources and treasures, but no matter how precious these things were, how could they compare to their own lives? Fortunately, the most important life treasure of universe realm experts and above couldn't be separated from themselves. Otherwise, once they self-destructed in despair, their life treasure would also collapse, and it would be impossible to snatch it by force. Therefore, even if they threw away all their cultivation resources and treasures, they could definitely keep their most important life treasure. This was the bottom line of Zhao Kong and the other 8 domain lord level beasts. As long as they could take their life treasure and leave this damned farmer god cauldron, they didn't care about anything else. Where there was life, there was hope. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, in just a few breaths of time, it flashed through the minds of these old fellows. The 8 region lords glanced at each other and exchanged glances. In next to no time, they'd come to an agreement, and then their expressions sank as they roared at the hundreds of millions of experts from the various clans that were still slightly dumbstruck. What are you still standing there for? Don't you understand human language? Young Master Linghu has given you a new lease on life, don't you plan to show some gratitude? A group of ingrates. How dangerous is the core of the source of all evil? Even 2 domain lord level beasts have fallen, and you can still live and breathe here. It's all because of young Master Linghu's kindness. This is a life-saving grace. No matter how you repay it, it's not enough. You bunch of cowards are still playing dumb? Fine, this old man will personally teach you how to be a human today. Everyone, immediately take out all your cultivation resources and treasures. Other than your life treasure, who dares to keep one more? This old man will find out in a while. Chapter 3777. What? Apart from the natal magic treasure, all the other cultivation resources and magic treasures. Take them all out? Hearing this, the hundreds of millions of powerhouses from various clans all burst into an uproar. The entrance fee should be paid. After all, they were now under the roof. If they didn't think about it, they probably wouldn't be able to leave safely. Young Master Linghu and young Master Yuming were shameless. Now that they had fallen into his hands, it was obviously impossible for them not to bleed a little bit. Including his other identity, the primordial little demon ape, that was also cruel by nature. If they didn't pay the entrance fee, it was estimated that he would do anything in anger. It was very likely that he would directly roast and eat people in front of everyone. But even so, it was not necessary to hand over all the cultivation resources and treasures except for the natal magic treasure, right? Was this a payment for the cauldron entry fee or a robbery? Perhaps, even a robbery wouldn't be able to scavenge so cleanly. What's more, there were a lot of powerhouses from various clans in the Shenong cauldron now, more than 100 million of them. Wasn't there a saying that the law couldn't punish the majority? No matter how cruel young Master Linghu was, could it be that he was going to rob more than 100 million people by himself? Was he tired of living? Fine, that was not the case. It was not like he had not made enemies of all the top forces in the 3 major dimensions before, and it was not the first time he had made enemies of all the top forces in the 3 major dimensions. It was not like he had not done it before, and it was more than once. However, if they really handed over all the cultivation resources and treasures that they had with them, they were really unwilling. As these thoughts flashed in their minds, the 100 million powerhouses in the surroundings were all hesitant. Although their hands were also moving, they were all slow, looking around to observe the reaction of others. They all wanted to follow the crowd and drag it out as long as they could. It was best if they could brush it off perfunctorily. A group of reckless people. At this time, you are still courting death. Seeing that these guys were all deliberately dawdling, old monster Jiao Kong of the 8 old monsters was so angry that he laughed. Then, he waved his hand and threw a space treasure box to an open space in front of him. Except for the weapons, armors, and personal battleship that were refined into my natal magic treasure, all the other resources that I have with me are here. The source and treasures are all here. It's fine if you don't want to take them out. 3 minutes later, the 8 of us will conduct a thorough investigation. Apart from these 3 basic treasures, if anyone dares to leave behind any other resources or treasures, this old man will not go back on his word and will kill him on the spot. He was indeed furious. If it weren't for the fact that this group of people didn't pay the entry fee and followed them in, why would young Master Linghu hold on to this matter and use it to make things difficult for the 8 of them? No matter how ferocious and greedy he was, the most he could do was to find an excuse to extort some more resources and treasures. Why would he have to hand over all the other resources and treasures except for the 3 basic treasures that he had with him? However, as domain masters, they had already decided to bite the bullet and swallow the blood into their stomachs. This group of reckless fellows actually didn't understand the situation and were deliberately dragging things out. One had to know that young Master Linghu's temperament was extremely temperamental and unpredictable. If he were to change his mind in a fit of anger and allow that sector lord old monster above to make a move, then everything would be over. Not only would all the treasures belong to others in the end, but they would also have to give up their lives. If such an outcome were to happen, how could they endure it? Bang! Just as old man Jiao Kong retracted his hand, another bang sounded out from the empty space in front of him. The domain master from the giant ferocious race also threw out a small spatial box, his face terrifyingly gloomy. Staring at the more than 100 million experts of various races, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was enough to explain the problem. It was obvious that his intentions were the same as old man Jiao Kong's. As a domain master, he had already taken the lead and handed over all the resources and treasures he had on him. At that time, if there were still ants trying to get away with it, even slapping them to death would be a light punishment. Bang! Bang bang! Following this domain master from the giant ferocious race, the other 6 domain masters all used their actions to show their attitude, each throwing out a small spatial box. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions were more ferocious than the last. After throwing out the small spatial boxes in their hands, they began to look around. Old man Jiao Kong reminded them at this moment, "The time starts now, in 3 minutes, the 8 of us will attack together." Plop! Looking at the 8 spatial boxes in the empty space in front of him, a star master not far away finally realized what was going on. To be able to make Jiao Kong and the other domain masters take out all their treasures in such a panic, other than the threat of a domain master, what else could it be? Thinking back to how young Master Linghu acted like a tyrant in front of the indigenous beasts, how could he not have a domain master behind him? He even brought out irrelevant people like them, so how could the domain master behind him not enter the Shen cauldron and bring them out of the source of all evil star field? At this moment, he finally understood why these old monsters were acting so strangely. After all this time, there was actually a domain master eyeing the Shen cauldron covetously above him. Jiao Kong and the other domain masters took the initiative to hand over all their treasures in order to leave this place alive. Luckily, they didn't understand and were purposely wasting time here. Perhaps, they had already angered the domain master level beast above them. It was exactly because he thought of that the Star Lord's legs suddenly gave out, and he accidentally fell on the ground. It was purely out of fear. Without waiting for him to get up, a small spatial box was thrown out in a panic and landed on the empty space in front of him. Immediately after, a series of banging sounds rang out. The dozens of Star Masters and the hundreds of Universe Masters all came back to their senses one after another. Naturally, they were all trembling from fear. While throwing the spatial boxes in front of them, they couldn't wait to slap themselves a few times. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 small space boxes appeared in the open space in front of him, piled up like a small hill. Without a doubt, every small space box must be filled with jaw-dropping cultivation resources and various treasures. After all, these were all taken out from the hands of Universe Masters, Star Masters, and Domain Masters. They contained all their belongings. Chapter 3778. Even the Universe Grand Cultivators, Star Lords, and Domain Lords had all thrown out the small space boxes that contained the resources and treasures. The more than 100 million experts from the various races in the 3 dimensions didn't dare to waste any more time and started to take action one after another. Among these fellows, some of them finally realized that something was wrong and seemed to have understood something. That was why they acted like this. But there were also some people that still had expressions of unwillingness and heartache on their faces. However, they didn't dare dawdle when facing the pressure of the 8 region lords, and for the sake of their lives, they gritted their teeth and tossed out spatial boxes as well. There were more than 100 million Universe Masters from various races and forces, with varying levels of cultivation, from the 3 universes, but at this moment, under the deterrence of the 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords, without exception, all of them threw out a small space box. It could not be ruled out that there were some fellows who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and that the small space boxes did not contain all the resources and treasures. But Yi Xian obviously did not care about this. He did not care at all. Even if he had a secret stash, how much could he hide? How much would he dare to hide? In the blink of an eye, a large mountain was piled up in the open space in front of the 8 Domain Lords. This was not a small hill, but a real mountain. It was a mountain made up of different materials and shapes, but basically all of them were the size of a palm. No, this was clearly a mountain of treasures. Every small space box contained a huge amount of cultivation resources and treasures. If all of them were taken out and poured on the ground, these cultivation resources and treasures could probably pile up into a huge mountain range. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, this was definitely the largest amount of cultivation resources and treasures he'd obtained since entering the starry sky. Even the huge amount of essence crystals he had obtained from the mysterious corpse pool in the ancient cage space connected to the forbidden valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor was not as large as the amount of resources he had obtained this time. Of course, when Yi Xian obtained 108 nine-pupil golden crystals, each of them contained a bloodline inheritance that originated from the primordial sovereign. Their value was extremely high, and their significance was extremely great. It might not be impossible for them to compare to the small spatial box mountain that he had just obtained. One could only say that these two things, one was a basic cultivation resource, the other was a high-end strategic reserve. Their value was similar, but their significance to Yi Xian was completely different. With the massive amount of resources they had obtained today, the development of Triumph City would definitely enter a rapid stage of development. It was believed that in the near future, when Triumph City once again appeared out of nowhere, it would definitely shock all the races and forces of the three universes, attracting the attention of the entire world. Walala, with a thought, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron and moved the entire mountain of small space boxes into the undying world in his body. At the same time, his voice rang out again at this moment, "All right, everyone, this young master still believes in your sincerity, so, let's end this matter here. Everyone, prepare yourselves, when we find a suitable opportunity later, this young master will immediately send you in batches. Release all of you, I won't go back on my word." "That's not right, little friend. Didn't we already pay the entry fee? And you just said that this matter will end here." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the supreme experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters all changed. Old Demon Jiao Kong panicked and asked, "Since this matter is already over, little friend, you should release all of us immediately. Why are you still waiting? Also, find the right time to release them in batches. What's going on?" Old Demon Jiao Kong's words represented the thoughts of the other experts. Right now, all of their cultivation resources and treasures had been taken away, including the supreme experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters. This time, it could be said that they had once again experienced young Master Linghu's methods of exploitation. All of them had one thought, and that was to immediately leave this damned place. Otherwise, if they continued to stay here, it was very likely that their skin would be ripped off one day. Because of this, when old demon Jiao Kong spoke, all of the experts raised their heads and looked up. Young Master Linghu's voice had come from above. They had already tried before, but they couldn't use brute force to rush out. Right now, they could only look up helplessly. They could only look up. The cauldron entry fee has indeed been paid, and this matter is over. Everyone, don't worry, this young master has always been a man of his word. I said that I would release all of you, so I definitely won't go back on my words. Very quickly, Yi Xian's light voice sounded out. Halfway through his words, the experts of the various races who were imprisoned below finally relaxed. He immediately changed the topic and said, however, although the cauldron entry fee has been paid, this young master's Shenong cauldron is a private treasure. If you can't come and go as you please, you can leave if you want to, but you have to pay the cauldron entry fee first. Pooh. Pooh, pu. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of muffled sounds rang out from the plains at the bottom of the volcano. It was so densely packed that it was as if it was raining. More than half of the 100 million people were cursing this old monster. Such a scene was truly spectacular, and it was probably unprecedented. It was really too infuriating. They had just received the cauldron entry fee and were still waiting for him to release them. Who would have thought that he would turn around and come up with a cauldron exit fee? What he said made sense. This Shenong cauldron was originally his private treasure, and it was not an ordinary item. Naturally, it was not something that one could come and go as they pleased. Since there was a cauldron entry fee, why couldn't there be a cauldron exit fee? Thinking of this, the faces of the Universe Realm experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters, without exception, all turned green. They had seen shameless people, but they had never heard of such a shameless person since the beginning of the world. However, after such a commotion, Jiao Kong and the other Domain Lord Old Monsters were even more certain of their previous guess. If this brat did not have a Sector Lord level supreme ferocious beast guarding the Shenong cauldron, how could he dare to do such an outrageous thing to the hundreds of millions of experts in the starry sky, including the 8 Domain Lord Old Monsters? Thinking of this, the 8 Domain Lord Old Monsters, who had been so angry that their chests were heaving up and down like a mountain, immediately became speechless. Chapter 3779. Linghu, little friend, about the cauldron exit fee. Should we discuss it? Since the other party had already mentioned the cauldron exit fee, considering the current situation, Jiao Kong really did not dare to argue on this matter. That would only be asking for a rebuff or even courting death. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he tried to negotiate with Yi Xian in an almost flattering tone. Little friend, you saw it just now. Including this old man, all of them have taken out all of their cultivation resources and treasures. Only the 3 great treasures of the starry sky are left. These have basically all been refined into life magic treasures. There is no way to split them. Besides, just these 3 great treasures of the starry sky are probably not enough to pay little friend's exit fee, so what this old man means is, how about we discuss this matter? We'll owe it to you first. When this old man and the others return to our respective clans, we'll immediately make up for it. We won't go back on our word. It's not that I don't trust you, but the key is that you have a criminal record. Yi Xian sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Let's not talk about it too far away. Just the entrance fee from before, how many people sneaked in without paying? Let's not talk about the low-level experts below. Juniors, let's not talk about them. In this large nest of yours, there are nearly 200 supreme experts and Star Lord Old Monsters. This young master has only received less than 100 of the entrance fees to cultivate. Even the supreme experts of the universe and above are like this, so one can imagine how trustworthy the juniors below are. This matter is not negotiable. This young master will contact your respective clans and ask them to bring the exit fee over to redeem. No, to pick you up. With a single redeem, Yi Xian's thoughts were completely exposed. Jiao Kong was in complete despair. Not only him, but the other 7 old monsters of the domain lords also had the same expression on their faces. They were filled with anger and grievance. As for the other Star Lord Old Monsters, the supreme experts of the universe, and the hundreds of millions of experts of the various clans, there was no need to mention them. They were all so angry that many of them had already raised their hands to cover their chests, afraid that they would accidentally spit out another mouthful of blood. How King infuriating. What do you mean by having a criminal record? What do you mean by a large nest? This brat's mouth must have been smeared with poison. Every word that came out of his mouth was like a knife. It was too hurtful. For a time, this corner of the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano fell into a deathly silence. An aura of grief and despair quickly spread out, but it was incomparably deathly silence. No one made a sound. The hundreds of millions of experts from the various clans and races of the 3 major planes were intimidated by the presence of more than 200 universe realm experts, star lords, and domain lords. Since they did not say anything, they did not have the right to say anything. Otherwise, if anyone were to stick their head out at this juncture, they would immediately be treated as the bird that stuck its head out, and would be smashed into minced meat on the spot. As for the 200 universe lords, star lords and domain lords, they were all in awe of the Shenong cauldron above them. There was also a terrifying sector lord overseeing it. At this time, maybe they were waiting for a fearless hothead to jump out and make a ruckus. It was a good opportunity to kill him on the spot. Kill one to warn the chickens, kill one to warn the chickens, kill one to warn the 100. Everyone had their own thoughts. On the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano, the hundreds of millions of experts of the various clans looked at each other. They were all dumbfounded. Their minds were muddled, and they had no idea what to do. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to these people. After speaking, he retracted his consciousness from the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano. Whether it was the battleship or the cultivation resources and treasures these people brought with them, they had all been used up. They couldn't use brute force to force their way out of the cage, so there was no need to pay attention to them. The first thing he did was to count his gains. Needless to say, there were quite a few good things. In terms of cultivation resources, there were some special minerals, heaven and earth treasures, as well as all kinds of special crystals. Many of them were things that even Yi Xian didn't have. There were quite a few star treasures. After all, these natural minerals and crystals had a higher probability of giving birth to star treasures than anything else. Man-made treasures were much more valuable. Yi Xian divided these cultivation resources into two portions. One portion was a top-grade item that he kept in the undying world within his body with a storage magic treasure. This was something he had prepared for himself, and he might be able to use it in the future. The other portion was prepared for Triumph City. It accounted for more than 95% of all the cultivation resources. There were also some good things, but Yi Xian didn't care about them now. Besides, Triumph City also had its own people with powerful cultivation bases, so they also needed these things. As for magic treasures, although there were also starry sky treasures and desolation treasures, there were not many of them, and they were all ordinary goods. None of them could compare to the Tower of Desolation Inheritance, the Farmer God Cauldron, and the Thunder Emperor Seal. Otherwise, no matter who the original owner was, he would not have handed it over so easily even if he risked his life. They were out. These various treasures were also divided into two portions by Yi Xian. Most of them were prepared to be given to Triumph City. They were his only subordinates. They were much more important than his ally, the demon race. How could he not invest a lot of resources in their development? Of all the treasures, Yi Xian only kept a dozen or so star treasures and desolate treasures of normal quality. As for the rest, they didn't catch his eye. Naturally, he packed them all up and left them for Triumph City. However, the treasures of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru still needed to be refined. Yi Xian specially selected some of the best treasures from this batch of treasures and decided to immediately start refining them. In addition, Yi Xian also prepared treasures and cultivation resources for Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the other 22 geniuses of the second universe. They were stored in 22 small space boxes. In this batch of resources, Yi Xian selected all the things that weren't very iconic and didn't look very eye-catching. Whether it was cultivation resources or various treasures, they were all like this. Otherwise, once they were taken out and used, it would be bad if their relationship with Yi Xian was exposed. These 22 small space boxes, after Yi Xian prepared them, he immediately controlled the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's internal field and directly sent them into the cage on the mountain wall where they were imprisoned. Chapter 3780. Ding! Congratulations host, physical body blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, 2nd level Genesis. Ding! Congratulations host, physical body blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, 3rd level Genesis. As Yi Xian opened his eyes, the familiar system notification sounded in his head. He finally broke through again, and this time, it was still the 2 breakthroughs he was looking forward to. Originally, after his physical body blood chi realm reached the 13th major realm, it was very difficult to achieve 2 breakthroughs like this. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the harder it was to break through a minor realm. But this time, before Yi Xian went into seclusion to break through the bottleneck of his physical body blood chi realm, he used a heaven and earth treasure he had never used before. This was obtained from the cauldron entry fee paid by Jiao Kong. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and mineral deposits with special effects, many of which had unique body tempering effects. When a starry sky master used this kind of thing for the first time, it often had an extremely significant effect. This time, Yi Xian had used a type of innate milk that he had never used before. In addition to the consolidation effect of a drop of all-evil origin liquid, it directly allowed his body's qi and blood realm to break through 2 small levels. This was within his expectations. And now, after his physical body blood qi realm reached the 13th major realm, the 3rd level Genesis, Yi Xian's need for the level 14 fluid became even more urgent. When he reached the 9th level Genesis realm, if he didn't have the supply of level 14 fluid, then his physical body blood chi realm would fall into an awkward situation where he couldn't advance any further. There were only 6 minor realms between the 3rd level Genesis realm and the 9th level Genesis realm. Even if it was only 1 minor realm each time, he only needed to go into seclusion 6 times. This made Yi Xian feel an extremely pressing pressure. He planned to immediately start making the level 14 and level 15 fluid after the origin of all evil star field incident. As for the subsequent level 16 liquids, once they were consumed and their bodies were successfully tempered, they would be promoted to Star Lord in one fell swoop. According to Yi Xian's estimations, this level 16 liquid would probably no longer be able to be configured in such an ordinary manner like the level 1 to 15 liquid from before. Get it? If nothing unexpected happened, from level 16 onwards, they would most likely need to use the Shenong cauldron to refine it like they were refining great medicines of heaven and earth. The farmer god cauldron was originally used to refine this kind of great medicine. However, Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with it much since he entered the starry skies. Therefore, even if the level 14 and level 15 liquids were successfully concocted, Yi Xian would still be under a lot of pressure. After all, the subsequent level 16 liquid had suddenly changed from a conventional medicine preparation to a heavy cauldron refinement. On the surface, this seemed to be just a change in extraction method, but the various aspects involved were actually very complicated. If he wanted to learn it in a short period of time, Yi Xian would definitely need to put in a lot of effort. However, that would be after the level 14 and level 15 fluids were successfully concocted. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already collected all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for these 2 types of gene cultivation fluids. When the time came, he would add a drop of all evil origin fluid and basically have no chance of failure. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down a little. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. He temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. With a wave of his hand, he removed the restrictions of the seclusion cave abode. He immediately sent a voice transmission, asking the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru to quickly bring their respective armors over. After several refinements, the 3 girls' armors were now all rare starry sky epic level armors. Not only had their appearance become incomparably dazzling, but their defensive abilities had also increased by too much. They were even like Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, possessing all kinds of additional attributes. Sects. Even attack abilities. A defensive armor that could also attack at the same time, this was definitely a terrifying attribute that made people speechless. The 3 girls could be said to be fond of their current armor. After Yi Xian completed the last refinement and temporarily handed over the armor, they ran away in joy. They took out the armor and sparred with each other to feel the power of the armor. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian's call, they immediately realized something. They cheered in unison, and like 3 rabbits, they immediately rushed over with a whoosh. What's wrong? Are you done with the other things at hand? Are you going to help us continue to refine the armor? Then what are we waiting for? Sisters, take off your clothes. Ayaya, damned girl, what are you saying? You really don't have a filter on your mouth. Whatever words come out of your mouth is not proper at all. At this moment, the 3 sets of armor were still on the 3 girls' bodies. If they wanted to continue refining, they would naturally need to take them off. However, these were armor treasures, not ordinary clothes. With a thought, they could be taken off. Duanmu Xiaocha, this crazy girl, just had to shout about taking off her clothes. Immediately, the 2 girls, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru, screamed and chased after Duanmu Xiaocha with blushing faces. It was quite a scene. I say, 3 big sisters, are you still refining your armor? Yi Xian was really speechless. He rubbed his nose and rolled his eyes. This young master still has a lot of things to do. If you don't want to refine them, I'll go out first. Refine them? Who said you're not refining? Sister Ziying, he's urging us to take off our clothes. Aya, damned girl, you're still talking. The 3 girls chased after each other again. Sigh. Yi Xian faintly sighed and raised his hand to touch his forehead. He was completely helpless against these 3 girls. Fortunately, although the 3 girls were making a ruckus, they weren't completely unrestrained. After messing around for a while, the 3 treasured armors that overflowed with light quickly flew towards Yi Xian's cave abode. Yi Xian had just caught it when Duanmu Xiaocha's teasing voice came from outside. These are the armors we just took off from our bodies. They still have our body temperature and body fragrance. If you're not in a hurry to refine them, you can play with them for a while. I'll keep a lookout for you. I won't let Sister Ziying and the others see. Aya, damned girl, you're becoming more and more improper. Little girl, don't you know shame? Ziying, we can't let her go this time. Her butt has to be smacked until it's swollen. She's too arrogant, saying such shameful words in front of us. Aya, help, someone is angry from embarrassment. Outside the cave dwelling, the sounds of the 3 girls laughing and playing could be heard. From time to time, there would be a scream. In addition, they were carrying 3 armors that still had their body temperature and fragrance. All of this made Yi Xian's heart shake and he faintly became absent-minded. Chapter 3781. The so-called return referred to returning to the Demon Emperor star, not the 3rd universe where the human race was. Yi Xian had not finished his business in the 1st universe. At the very least, he would definitely go back to the source of all evil star field to investigate the situation, including the whereabouts of the Tianji clan. After a while. Before these matters were resolved, Yi Xian did not intend to return to the 3rd universe. If he really went back, he was afraid that he would miss it, which was really uneasy. At most, he would return to the Death Star Field's Triumph City during this period and send back the tens of millions of warships, a huge amount of resources, and treasures he had prepared. This matter actually did not take too much time. He could directly activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and directly reach the Death Star Vortex, which was not far from Triumph City. At that time, after sending the materials to Triumph City, Yi Xian could activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and return to the Demon Emperor star field again. But this matter could not be rushed at the moment. There were still hundreds of millions of starry sky powerhouses in the Farmer God Cauldron in his hand, waiting for freedom to descend, among which there were even 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords. Although Yi Xian was confident in the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's internal field, he was still afraid of the unexpected. The 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords were not a joke. He did not dare to let them stay in the Farmer God Cauldron for too long. If something really went wrong, it would be troublesome. Therefore, after spending nearly a day to complete the 3 refinements of the armor of the 3 girls, making them reach the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, Yi Xian immediately ended this seclusion. He waved his hand to remove the restriction of the seclusion cave and stepped out. Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor was only a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level now. It could be said that Yi Xian had definitely spent a lot of effort to refine the armor of the 3 girls of the Purplish Warbler. Now, all of them had reached the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, which was not easy. However, although the 4 armors were all quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, this only meant that the 3 armors were of the same grade. As for the power and various additional attributes, they were completely different. Even the 3 armors of the 3 girls were completely different from each other in these aspects. After all, the treasured armors were already different before they were melted, and the special minerals, crystals, and magical equipment of the same type that were added to them were also different. But overall, in terms of power, Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor was the most powerful of the 4 quasi-starry sky treasures. On the one hand, this was a set of male armor, so it had an innate advantage over female cultivators. On the other hand, Yi Xian's indestructible glazed armor contained all kinds of special crystals, minerals, and similar treasures. These were all things that could only be found by chance. When the 3 girls fused with their armors, the treasures they added were also extraordinary, but they still couldn't compare to this. Other things aside, just the piece of indestructible void metal that was mixed into the indestructible glass armor was already a starry sky treasure. Yi Xian had never seen a second piece of it. However, the 3 girls loved their respective treasured armors so much that they couldn't put them down. After receiving them, they practically jumped up and praised Yi Xian for a while. "Wow, that's great. When I got it yesterday, it was only a starry sky epic grade armor. Now it's a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. It's unbelievable. Boy, you have a conscience. You finally did something considerate for us 3 sisters. We didn't follow you in vain." "Oh, damn girl, you're flattering him again." "Who followed him?" Duanmu Xiaocha said shameful words as soon as she opened her mouth. The purplish warbler and Zhao Qianru immediately blushed. After activating their treasured armors, they chased after her, clamoring to suppress the witch. Seeing this situation, Yi Xian was speechless again and rolled his eyes. There was no doubt that the 3 girls had just received the completed armor. They probably wouldn't be able to stop for a while and would be busy for a while. However, he didn't have the time to accompany them. He was anxious to return to the Demon Emperor planet. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Yi Xian greeted the 3 girls from afar, telling them to prepare themselves. When the various powers came to redeem them, the 3 of them would also be on the list. Then, he walked away from the Shannon cauldron. Outside the life black hole, the surroundings were still silent. Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his body. Without stopping, he immediately activated the whole void shuttle, rushed out of the life black hole, and rushed towards the Demon Emperor planet. Now, among his 3 starry sky treasures, the withered demon blood blade had been upgraded to starry sky supreme treasure grade, but the battle armor indestructible glass armor and the warship whole void shuttle were still quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. With the improvement of Yi Xian's cultivation, the quasi-starry sky supreme treasures obviously had some restraints on him. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of good things this time. Jiao Kong and the others were worthy of being the old monsters of the major races. Yi Xian had obtained more than a dozen starry sky supreme treasures and crystals, 2 of which were used to fuse with the indestructible glass armor and the whole void shuttle. However, this matter would definitely take a lot of time. After all, man-made starry sky supreme treasures were not so easy to succeed. There were still several urgent matters at hand. Yi Xian simply couldn't spare much time, so he decided to finish fusing with the indestructible glass armor and the whole void shuttle after this busy period. As soon as he left the life black hole, Yi Xian encountered several fleets in the outer space. They were all remnants of the various races of the second universe that had retreated from the root of all evil star field. When Yi Xian left the root of all evil star field, he had used the interstellar coordinate jump ability to leave directly. It could be said that he had returned to the life black hole immediately. When he arrived at the life black hole, some of the fleets of various races that had retreated from the root of all evil star field were still in the outer area. Therefore, even though he had spent so much time in the life black hole, these fleets of various races were still in the void of the first universe, hurrying back to their respective races. The slave races of the first universe were fine, but the fleets of various races of the Federation of the second universe, as well as the human race's forces of the third universe, had to pass through the demon star field. They had to reach the two wormholes at the front of the demon star field before they could use the wormholes to return to the third universe. The first universe and the second universe. Therefore, Yi Xian happened to encounter these remnants of various races on his way to the Demon Emperor planet. However, the whole Void Shuttle had activated its concealment array at the moment, so Yi Xian didn't expose himself. He didn't plan to pay attention to these people, so he directly drove the whole Void Shuttle with all his strength. One day later, he finally arrived at the Demon Emperor planet. After finding a secluded void and putting away the whole Void Shuttle, Yi Xian immediately changed his appearance to that of the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Jiufeng. Then, using his physical body, he crossed the void and quickly rushed to the Demon Emperor planet. Chapter 3782. When Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet, there were only 8 battle towers. Of course, only one of them could be activated, and the other 7 were all just shells. It was scary to pull on a tiger's skin. Now, on the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor planet, there were 10 battlements across the void, completely cutting off the main route of the first universe leading to the front of the Demon Emperor planet area. Obviously, since he left the Demon Emperor planet, the robberies had not stopped until now. Moreover, originally, there were only 7 fake battle towers with only a shell, but now, there were 9 of them. It was obvious that the demon cultivator had worked overtime to build 2 more in the past few days. This was truly speechless. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and bitterly smiled. After a short while, 2 fleets arrived from the remnants of the various clans that were left behind by Yi Xian. When they saw the 10 void battles in front of them, they were so scared that they trembled and almost didn't turn around and flee. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor race relied on the mountains to make a living. The fact that they blocked the road and collected tolls had long been known in the 3 plains. Moreover, their professional ethics were quite good. Any fleet of any race or force, whether coming or going, could pass safely as long as they paid 1% of the tolls. Therefore, after the commanders of the 2 fleets came to their senses, they gritted their teeth and paid the tolls. Soon, they passed safely. At this time, Yi Xian also rushed to the Demon Emperor planet with a bitter smile. He could see that the Demon Emperor race was addicted to robberies. He estimated that in the future, the toll gates of the Demon Emperor planet area would be set up regularly. The experts of the starry sky who came and went would have to bleed a little to pass. Not to mention other things, just the 10 battlements alone were enough to deter everything. Even Star Lords could be killed in a second. Even Domain Lords would be frightened. There was no way to ignore them. Shocked by the return of Yi Xian, the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor royal family all rushed to meet him in the royal palace in the inner city of the Demon Emperor. You are addicted to robberies. You must have gained a lot during this time, right? For the Demon Emperor race, Yi Xian's status was completely different from before. This time, when they came to the royal palace in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian was invited to sit at the head of the table. Even Grand Elder Mo and the 2 peak 9th Order Star Lords who were not very fond of Yi Xian before smiled at him. Yi Xian smiled. With a grin, Yi Xian changed the topic and directly asked, "Don't forget, this time, even the Domain Lords have been dispatched by the various clans. Now that such a huge matter has happened in the source of all evil, they might not necessarily not send out the Domain Lords in the future. Are you not afraid of the sewer? Capsized? What?" Grand Elder Mo curled his lips as if he did not care. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that he had spilled the beans. After a brief daze, he exchanged a look with the other Star Lords of the Demon Royal family and shook his head with a bitter smile. "That's enough. You're not an outsider. Our cooperation is already very deep. You don't know the secrets of the demon race like you did at the beginning. We don't have to hide it from you anymore. At this point, Grand Elder Mo paused slightly, his expression turning solemn as he continued, Domain Lord Old Monsters, it's not just the other peak races that have them, our demon race has them too. Even our demon race's first-generation demon emperor was a sector lord existence. That's right, the first-generation devil king is indeed still alive. However, the domain lord level and above demonic ancestors are not in the first universe realm, not even in the three great realms. The specific details are related to the greatest secret of our demon emperor royal family. I can only tell you this much. In short, you only need to know that although our demon emperor race is not as good as the human race, compared to the other slave races of the first universe and even the races of the second universe federation, we are not weak. We are definitely not weak. Moreover, if we really encounter a crisis of our race's survival, we have a way to contact the demon emperor who has left this realm. Therefore, we have no pressure at all to rob some passing fleets. Now that the Tianji race has temporarily left the first universe, this is the best time for us demon emperor race to replace them. At this time, we demon emperor race must grow as quickly as possible. The amount of resources we need is too great. Only by obtaining them in this way can we accumulate resources the fastest. Speaking of which, this was your good idea, kid, ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, Grandpa Mo raised his head and laughed loudly. After laughing, he suddenly thought of something and revealed a shocked expression as he softly cried out to Yi Xian, "Oh right, I was so focused on this matter that I forgot about the real big matter. You've already exposed 2 of your identities, is that all right? Another one. What happened to the native ferocious beasts and experts of various races that you captured? Just counting the old monsters of the domain lords, there are 8 of them. You are too bold. I dare not say that this kind of thing will never happen in the future, but it is definitely unprecedented. You actually captured 8 domain lords alive." Grand Elder Mo did not continue. The other Demon Emperor royal family experts, including Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the current generation's Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, were all looking at Yi Xian with strange expressions. In fact, when the news came, they were all stunned. With the cultivation of the 13th Great Realm, he had captured several million fleets of various races, more than 100 universe lords, dozens of star lords, and even 8 domain lords. If this kind of thing fell on their heads, they would definitely not dare to do it. They would be scared out of their wits. "Old man, you really don't know how to speak." This young master was courageous and righteous. I saw injustice on the road and roared, drawing my blade to help. Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and continued, "What's more, those guys were crying and shouting as they drilled into the Shenong cauldron." At that time, there were quite a few experts from various races present. How did it become this young master's robbery? To be honest, their lives were all saved by this young master. Otherwise, including those 8 domain lords, I reckon they would all have died in the root of all evil star domain. Later on, 2 domain lords jumped out from that domain, but they were also insta-killed. It's not like you don't know. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes turned and he grinned, "Right, how about a business deal with you all? I want to borrow the Demon Emperor 3 stars. This young master intends to use the Farmer God Cauldron here and call all the representatives of the major races of the 3 major realms over. I want to have them pay the cauldron fee." Chapter 3783. The various clans have come to redeem them. The native ferocious beasts have joined us. All the members of the royal family were shocked. Both of these were extremely important matters, yet Yi Xian had spoken of them in a casual manner and seemed extremely confident. Besides a monstrous genius like him, no one else possessed such courage. Even Grand Elder Mo and the other 2 quasi-region lords were shocked, and they exclaimed with shock on the spot. "Exactly, we're redeeming them. Now that you mention it, it's truly infuriating. All of you should be aware of the situation at the source of all evil." This young master disregarded his own safety and lent a hand to rescue them, and I merely collected a small fee to enter the cauldron. However, that group of bastards intended to take advantage of the situation. Over 100 million experts charged into the cauldron, yet this young master was able to collect a small spatial box. He merely collected less than 100. However, the fee has been dealt with now. Practically everyone including Jiao Kong and the other 8 region lords have been stripped clean by this young master. However, that's merely the fee to enter the cauldron. Next, we'll definitely have to pay another fee to exit the cauldron. This young master will immediately spread the news and notify the various clans to come and get them. At that time, I'll collect the fee, and all of you will collect the toll. We'll profit together. That's very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Elder Mo and the others were shocked to the point their jaws almost hit the ground and shattered completely with a bang. After regaining their senses, all of them looked at Yi Xian with incomparable admiration. They originally thought that the demon cultivator race was relying on the road to eat the road, occupying the main route to the first universe in the demon cultivator star region, and collecting the toll fee was already the best in the world, with no capital and no profit. That was a huge deal. Now, when they heard what Yi Xian said, they noticed that they were unable to compare to Prince Xian after all this time. It was even to the extent that Prince Xian's treasure bowl was mobile and could be taken in and taken out at any time. Once the farmer god cauldron was utilized, all the experts in the starry sky and even region lords had to shed 2 layers of skin in order to go in and take a stroll. They had to collect the fee to enter the cauldron. They had to pay the fee to leave the cauldron. They didn't have it on them. They could just send someone to hand it over. Oh my, your farmer god cauldron is truly a treasure. It's impossible to not prosper with such a treasure in hand. Grand Elder Mo's eyes instantly glowed while saliva almost flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Presently, the devil race intended to develop as quickly as possible, and they urgently needed all sorts of resources. It could be said to be an ocean. At this moment, his heart itched when he heard that the farmer god cauldron actually had such a benefit. Go to the side, this young master's Shenong cauldron is a treasure trove. In the future, I still want to invite all the domain lords from the top powers of the 3 Great Plains to come in and visit the cauldron once or twice. Oh, that's not right. If nothing unexpected happens, the realm lord should be able to obediently lie down after entering. Therefore, the realm lord should be able to obediently lie down. At this point, Yi Xian's smile became even more despicable. So, don't even think about it. This young master has already refined it. Don't even talk about coveting it. You can't even borrow it. On the side, Grand Elder Mo and the rest immediately rolled their eyes. Their faces were filled with envy, but they could only sigh helplessly. A treasure that even region lords could scheme against. Apart from the Netherworld cauldron, there probably wasn't a third item in the 3 Great Plains. It really made one's heart itch. Oh right, is the cooperation we talked about just now possible? If you don't agree, this young master will take out the farmer god cauldron in another place to avoid bringing hatred to your devil race. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Anyway, it's enough to cooperate with the native beasts. There are still a few million native beasts in the farmer god cauldron. There are close to 200 almighty beings, close to 100 star lord old monsters, and 2 region lords old monsters. Other than that, there are a total of 3 sector lord level savage beasts in the core area of the origin of all evil. This time, only 2 have jumped out. The other one is still in hibernation. I believe that it will come out soon. When that time comes, this young master will have an additional powerful fighting force. I don't need to fear these extorted beasts. The top powers and the various races will take revenge. What? There's still 1 region lord level native beast that hasn't come out? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Grand Elder Mo's eyes lit up. The white beard under his chin trembled slightly. He grabbed Yi Xian's wrist and said excitedly, "Do it. Why don't you do it? It's not like our devil race doesn't have region lords and sector lords. How can we be afraid of them? As for revenge. Besides, this is a profitable business. When the time comes, you will collect the cauldron fees, and we will collect the fees from the various races. Everyone will get rich together. Everyone will be happy. As for the native beasts joining us, that's even less of a problem. Aren't they already on your side? Kid, you are a strategic ally of our devil race. The native beasts are your allies. Isn't that our allies? We are all on the same side. Other than that, isn't that life black hole unoccupied yet? The Void Soldier Dipper is already living in your Void Battle Cauldron. In this old man's opinion, it's best to settle the native beasts in the life black hole. This was what Yi Xian wanted to say. The life black hole had another meaning to him. Yi Xian had imprinted 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in the first universe. One was the central region buffer zone of the root of all evil star domain. However, the situation there was unknown. It was very dangerous there. The region obviously couldn't be used as a regular jump point. Therefore, the life black hole had to be safe. With the native beasts guarding the life black hole, Yi Xian could definitely rest assured. However, there was still a problem. That was, he had to explain the matter clearly to the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. After all, Yi Xian had entered the core hinterland of the root of all evil with the identity of the primordial little demon ape. He had indeed deceived the native beasts in the beginning. It was impossible to say that the 2 beasts didn't have a knot in their hearts. If this matter wasn't handled well, the idea of forming an alliance with the native beasts would fall through. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately got up and said, "All right, go and arrange it now. I'm going to place the Farmer God Cauldron on the outer defense line of the Devil Emperor 3 stars." Chapter 3784. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the other upper echelons of the demon royal family walked out of the imperial palace. Of course, the current him had changed his appearance once again. He was no longer the demon royal brother, Mo Yufeng, but the Linghu young master. 3 of his identities had already been exposed. The outside world already knew that young master Linghu, young master Hades, and the little immemorial ape were the same person. He didn't want to expose his identity as Mo Jinfeng again. What if he could use it in the future? Of course, this time, the cooperation between young master Linghu and the Devil Cultivator race would more or less bring some hatred to the Devil Cultivator race. However, Yi Xian already understood the thoughts of Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lords. As long as they were afraid of the domain lords of the native beasts, they wouldn't dare to act rashly in the short term. In fact, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the 3 domain lords of the native beasts had entered seclusion after reaching the peak of the 9th stage. Since 2 of them had already appeared, then even if the last one was delayed, it wouldn't be too long. As long as Yi Xian obtained the understanding of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise and formed an alliance with the entire indigenous beasts, then after the last realm lord level indigenous beast was born, the alliance between him, the Devil Cultivator, and the indigenous beasts would have a realm lord old monster overseeing it. At that time, even if the top factions and races of the 3 Great Plains hated the demonic race, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Domain lords weren't so easy to provoke. Although there were some in the various races, they were basically the same situation as the demonic race. They were the true foundation, and couldn't just jump out randomly. Very quickly, the group flew out of the Demon Emperor star and arrived outside the inner defensive line of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. Yi Xian first concealed himself and waved his hand to summon 4 great starry sky battles, which spanned across the void to one side. Soon after, the 10 true and 9 false demon cultivator battle talismans all rushed over. After the 4 war chariots were in formation. Only then did he reveal himself as young master Linghu. With a wave of his hand, a supermassive cauldron as big as a star appeared in the void. Immediately, there was a wave of shocked exclamations in the void outside the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. These demonic experts didn't know the truth of the 14 void war chariots. Only the core upper echelons of the demonic race knew the truth. As for the matter of young Master Linghu joining hands with the devil race, this was just finalized, so it was naturally even more impossible for them to know. At this moment, when they suddenly saw the fierce young Master Linghu suddenly appear and wave his hand to summon the Shenong Cauldron, these devil race experts thought that a battle had come. They were all extremely nervous. It wasn't until they saw the peerless young Master Linghu and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian standing in the void and chatting happily that the group of Devil Cultivator experts finally understood and beamed with joy. After all, even a fool could see that the Shenong Cauldron and the 14 voids were fighting in such a formation. He was ready to do something big. He was going to rob again. He could make a windfall again. How could he not be happy? Alright. This young master is going to enter the cauldron and negotiate with the 2 domain lords of the indigenous beasts. After the negotiation, they will be brought out. At that time, millions of indigenous beasts will also be stationed not far from the Shenong Cauldron. After settling everything, Yi Xian turned to look at Grandpa Mo and grinned. As for the matter of issuing a ransom notice to the major races and forces in the 3 Great Plains who participated in the source of all evil incident this time, I'll have to trouble you to do it for me. It can be said that young Master Linghu entrusted the demon cultivator race to convey the message. After they arrive, don't rush them into the defensive circle. No matter which race or force they are, they all have to obediently wait outside the defensive circle. After this young master comes out of the cauldron, I will explain the rules clearly and let them line up to redeem people. After saying that, Yi Xian's figure disappeared in a flash and entered the Shenong Cauldron. The upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family who were left outside looked at each other. Then, they imagined the scene of almost all the top forces and races of the 3 Great Plains swarming over and lining up outside the Demon Emperor's 3-star inner defense line. One by one, they entered the defensive circle to hand over the ransom and receive their people. It had to be said that such a scene was too spectacular and shocking. At this moment, just by imagining it, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family already vaguely felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. They were all speechless, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Inside the Shenong Cauldron, the plains at the bottom of the central region's volcano. The plains at the bottom were vast and boundless, larger than the surface area of a large planet. The area where Yi Xian detained more than 100 million experts from the 3 Great Plains only occupied a corner of the plains at the bottom. The indigenous beasts also occupied a corner of the plains at the bottom, completely isolated from each other. However, the indigenous vicious beasts were not prisoners. In Yi Xian's heart, they were his people. Therefore, although this corner of the plains was also sealed, it was much larger in area. It was several times larger than the area where more than 100 million experts were detained. In short, it was very wide. Moreover, this plains at the bottom had mountains and rivers. Even Yi Xian in the sky had borrowed the power of the Shenong Cauldron's internal field to simulate it. It was absolutely comfortable. Even so, the millions of indigenous vicious beasts who were temporarily restrained in this area were still very unhappy with the restriction of their freedom. Although it was safe and the environment was quite comfortable, the source of all evil star field was their ancestral home after all. Now that an unforeseen event had occurred in that star field, and even the netherworld furnace, which they had always regarded as their source of faith, had become like this, all the native vicious beasts were uneasy. After Yi Xian entered the Shenong Cauldron, his shoulders shook and he directly arrived at this sealed area. Immediately after, he keenly sensed the heavy and oppressive aura in the air. Right when his heart felt heavy and he was shaking his head and sighing, a flash of light suddenly appeared on a hill not too far away from him, and then 2 figures appeared at practically the exact same moment. It was the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise that were around 3 m tall. At this moment, both of these region lords had completely red eyes as they stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and they were panting heavily while revealing extremely hostile expressions. Brothers, at least listen to what I have to say before you lose your temper and beat me up, all right? Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly once more, and then he shrugged and said, even if both of you don't want to listen to me spout nonsense like I'm unable to control myself, I presume both of you want to know what happened after you entered the Shenong Cauldron, right? For example, the Wind Fiend Tiger and the Primeval Lightning Centipede. When they heard Yi Xian mention two of the three supreme ferocious beasts that had been in closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years, the primeval porcupine and tortoise were immediately stunned, and then they became excited. Chapter 3785. Only two Sector Lord level beasts have appeared, the Wind Demon Tiger and the Immemorial Thunder Centipede, and both of them have fallen. Yi Xian sighed. He raised his head to look at the two ferocious beasts, whose expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. Then, he continued, that giant green eye is actually the clone of the will of the great desolate heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao Green Eye. The current heaven's Tao Green Eye was injured in the great battle of the desolate era and has yet to recover. This time, it is only a projection of its will. But even so, facing the combined attack of two World Overlord level beasts, it was still able to kill them effortlessly. The Wind Demon Tiger and the Immemorial Thunder Centipede exploded into a bloody mist under the two beams of green light. Then, the bloody mist was sucked away by the Netherworld Cauldron, including all the experts who didn't manage to escape from the root of all evil and the 10 million warships. They were all sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron. At the end, Yi Xian suddenly paused and changed the topic, I've been in the Netherworld Cauldron. Hearing this, the Immemorial Porcupine and the Immemorial Tortoise immediately exclaimed and denied it. What? Impossible. Even the two of us can't enter. Only after breaking through to Sector Lord level can we barely enter, then how do you explain this? This is called the All-Evil Origin Elixir. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 20 drops of All-Evil Origin Elixir from his undying world. He gave 10 drops each to the Immemorial Porcupine and the Immemorial Tortoise. Then, he said, brothers, please accept it. This is the best of the best. Even the primordial almighties and supreme masters of the ancients need it. And I brought them out of the Netherworld Cauldron. The Netherworld Furnace is actually a void refining great formation. The existence that set it up is the green eye of the great path of the desolate era. After the unparalleled battle in the desolate era, it created the origin of all evil, a dangerous place in the starry sky, and set up the Netherworld Furnace in its depths. Those chains are divided into two types. One is connected to the outer space where a large number of ancient creatures who were injured in the battle back then live. Every year, the corpses of the ancient creatures would be transported from these outer space through the chains to the Netherworld Cauldron as raw materials. There's a super millstone inside the furnace. Even the remains of Sector Lord level primordial beings are deemed as trash and are spat out. When the furnace refines the all-evil origin elixir, the lowest requirement is the remains of universe-level primordial beings. That was why there were so many things in the void around the Netherworld Furnace. There are many corpses of primordial life forms below the universe level. You know this better than I do. The remains of the universe-level desolate era creatures that entered the Netherworld Furnace were used as raw materials to grind into 9-colored meat in the millstone. This is it. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand again and took out a small lump of 9-colored meat paste. The aura it emitted, including the aura of the 10 drops of all-evil origin elixir floating in front of him, made the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle believe his words. However, all of this was too shocking. The two ferocious beasts were still digesting all of this in a daze. The refined all-evil origin elixir will be transported to various outer space through another type of chain. It can be as little as 1 drop, or as much as 3 or 4 drops. The existences who obtained the all-evil origin elixir in the void are the primordial supreme beings and primordial supremes who were severely injured in the Great Desolate Era battle back then. Of course, they are all from the camp of the Eye of the Heavens. Since there was such a shocking battle back then, there would naturally be 2 camps. As for me, I belong to the other camp. Behind me stands the commander of the other camp. My position is equivalent to the eye of the heavens in the opposing camp. As for all of you, including all the native ferocious beasts in the origin of all evil star field, you are all backup raw materials for the heavenly eye of the heavenly eye to rear. Otherwise, no matter how angry the heavenly eye was, how could it have sent all the native ferocious beasts and the invading fleets of the various factions into the origin of all evil star field? Like the invaders, it did not hesitate to suck them into the netherworld furnace. Even the 2 sector lord level supreme ferocious beasts that were born among the native ferocious beasts were mercilessly killed by it. Oh, right, including the one that went out in the past and entered the netherworld furnace to explore, right? I can tell you very responsibly that the moment that sector lord level supreme ferocious beast entered the netherworld furnace, it was killed. I only found out about all of this after I entered the netherworld furnace not long ago. After I got to know the 2 of you, I always wanted to tell you the truth, but I didn't have the right opportunity. I didn't mean to hide it. But in the end, I was in the wrong. Anyway, I've already said it clearly. I've brought the 2 of you and all the ferocious beast brothers out of the origin of all evil star field. I have nothing to say about how to deal with them. The 2 of you have your own plans. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else, as if he was a piece of meat that would be slaughtered without a frown. Roar! Screech! After a moment of shock, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle finally digested all the shocking information that Yi Xian had told them. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a violent howl. To them, to all the native ferocious beasts, this was definitely a very cruel truth. It was too difficult to accept. All along, the native ferocious beasts in the origin of all evil star field had always regarded that star field as their ancestral lair. And the netherworld furnace in the depths of the core hinterland was like a kind of faith to them, a faith that was almost like a bloodline. Otherwise, how could the native ferocious beasts of different races be able to live together like a single race and live together for a few tens of thousands of years? Yet now, the truth that Yi Xian revealed had overturned all of this. It just so happened that everything he said was impeccable. Moreover, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy turtle were clearly aware that everything he said was the truth. No matter how difficult it was to accept all of this, they still had to accept reality in the end. Both the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy turtle were region lords, so they naturally wouldn't be so pedantic. After roaring furiously for a while, they quickly calmed down once more. They gasped for breath as they stared at Yi Xian for a while longer, and then the blood-red color in their eyes slowly dispersed. However, an extremely fierce aura of slaughter effused out from their bodies, and they revealed their attitudes towards Yi Xian in a low and muffled voice. We don't want to find out about your secrets. We just need to confirm one thing. Are you and that existence standing behind you really on opposing sides with the green eye of the heaven Dao? Chapter 3786. Through Yi Xian's hard work, he'd successfully eliminated the misunderstanding between him and the native ferocious beasts from the root of all evil. He'd taken a few million native ferocious beasts into the farmer god cauldron and brought them out of the root of all evil. Besides the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, there were almost 200 universe lords, 100 star lords, and close to 300 high-end combat forces. Yi Xian withdrew almost 300 drops of evil origin elixir. There were almost 300 native ferocious beasts at the universe lord realm and above, and every single one of them was given a drop. He'd brought a total of over 2,000 drops of evil origin elixir from the netherworld furnace, and he still had over 2,000 left after consuming all of them. So, it was more than enough. Not to mention that the netherworld furnace would be activated again in almost a year. At that time, Yi Xian would absolutely not miss this opportunity. He would enter the netherworld furnace once more and try to take all the evil origin elixir. At that time, it would definitely be even more dangerous. Something similar had happened once, so it was obvious how dangerous it would be a second time. However, the evil origin elixir was too important, so he had to make a move even if it was risky. Moreover, Yi Xian wouldn't be stingy with the evil origin elixir in his possession, and he would definitely use what he had to use. For example, the almost 300 drops of evil origin elixir that he'd consumed now. Even though every single one of the native ferocious beasts at the Universe Lord realm and above had only obtained a single drop, it was still extraordinary. Even existences at the primordial era and supreme exalts of the primordial era needed it, and this obviously showed how effective it was. These 300+ drops of evil origin elixir were nothing to Yi Xian, but it was extremely important to those native ferocious beasts who'd obtained a single drop of evil origin elixir. With this drop of evil origin elixir, their level of existence and the evolution and advancement of their bloodlines might be able to enter the fast track. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Universe Lord realm experts would become Star Lords, and Star Lords would become Region Lords. As for those 2 Region Lord realm ferocious beasts who'd obtained 10 drops of evil origin elixir, they might be able to break through to the perfection of the 9th rank of Region Lords in a short period of time because of this fortuitous encounter. Charging into the World Lord realm. It wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Yi Xian was willing to use 300 drops of evil origin elixir to fight for such a chance. Even if only a single Region Lord and a few Region Lords had appeared amongst the almost 300 native ferocious beasts, it was absolutely beneficial to him and the entire race of ferocious beasts. He'd made a huge profit. This time, Yi Xian spent an entire day in the Shenong Cauldron. A day later, an army of over 6 million native ferocious beasts was brought out of the Shenong Cauldron by him. When this army of native beasts charged out of the cauldron and spread out in the air beside the Shenong Cauldron, the large number of demon experts in the distance all gasped in shock. 2 old monsters at the Domain Lord level. Nearly 100 Star Lord old monsters. Nearly 200 supreme experts of the universe. Even though the cultivations of the other over 6 million native ferocious beasts varied in the various realms, they were basically all existences at the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. Moreover, because they were ancient ferocious beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world, they possessed extraordinary bloodlines. So, once every single one of these ferocious beasts had activated their bloodlines, they were all extremely terrifying. Once they activated their bloodlines, they were extremely shocking colossi. Such a terrifying army of native ferocious beasts lay across space. Even though there were only a little over 5 million of them, any army of 10 million battleships would be terrified to the point of retreating. Coupled with the might of the Shenong Cauldron and the 14 starry skies that lay across space, such a formation couldn't be described as merely luxurious. It was simply like a dream. Such a formation that was at the level of a dream was clearly completely capable of deterring the representatives of the various top-rate clans and powers in the 3 dimensions. There wasn't any pressure at all, and it was sufficient to suppress everything. Although only a day had passed, in fact, as early as half a day ago, the ransom notice issued by the demon race in the name of young Master Linghu had already been thoroughly spread throughout the 3 dimensions. At this moment, another half a day had passed. However, almost all the top races and forces in the 3 universes were still roaring and roaring furiously. What? Ransom? This move again? Does young Master Linghu want to become the enemy of the entire universe? That little bastard is too daring to think. Crazy. He's absolutely crazy. He actually detained more than 100 million experts of the starry skies from the various top-rate clans and powers in the 3 dimensions, including more than 100 universe lords and dozens of old monsters at the star level. There are even 8 old monsters at the domain lord level. His purpose is to collect the ransom. God damn it, that brat's guts. What is he made of? Is it void indestructible gold? It's over, it's over. This time, we're going to bleed again. One of our race's old monsters at the domain lord level has been detained. That's an old monster at the domain lord level. No race can afford to sacrifice him. Linghu, that little bastard, is even more of a rare commodity. He's definitely going to ask for a lot. This time, we'll definitely be beaten to death by him. Exit fee? There's actually a bullsh *T exit fee. If I'm not wrong, all those Star Lords and Region Lords had clearly been asked for entrance fees before they entered the Medicine King Cauldron. How *King shameless. They have to pay a fee to enter and exit, and it must be a sky-high price. How can they be so deceitful? If nothing unexpected happens, the more than 100 million experts of the various clans who were detained in the Shinnong Cauldron, including all the Universe Lords, old monsters at the Star level, and old monsters at the Domain Lord level, should have all been cleaned up by now. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have issued an announcement for the so-called exit fee. His race went to prepare. How ruthless. How ruthless. More than 100 million experts of the starry sky, including the 8 old monsters at the Domain Lord level, have been exploited by him. In the end, this kid is still not satisfied and has set his sights on the other races. He's simply crazy. Prepare the ransom. The matter this time is too big. If we don't ransom them, no race will be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion, and their clansmen will be bitterly disappointed. Young Master Linghu has grasped this point and is fearless. Not to mention that there are still 8 old monsters at the Domain Lord level, dozens of old monsters at the Star level, and more than 100 Universe Lords. Such a level of combat strength is something that no race can lose. This time, more than half of the top forces in the 3 universes will have to bleed a lot. The roars and roars didn't last for long. When the first day came to an end, the major races and forces in the 3 universes gradually regained their peace. The facts were right in front of them, and the situation was such that they had no choice but to lower their heads. Chapter 3787. Of the 8 old monsters detained by Yi Xian, 6 of them were from the top 10 clans of the Second Universe. They were the Blood Wyrm clan, the Silver Phoenix clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, and the Greedy Wolf clan. Among them, Yi Xian also had a Universe Dao child in each of these 6 clans. Of course, their Dao foundations had been seized, and they were on their last breaths. Of the other 4 clans, the Cyan Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, and the Tree Spirit clan all had some Universe Masters, Star Lords, and ordinary clansmen in Yi Xian's hands. As for the Dark Turtle clan, they had not participated in this matter. Therefore, the representatives of the clans of the Second Universe who had come this time were basically led by the Blood Wyrm clan and the other 5 clans, while the other clans were just foils. As for the slave clans of the First Universe, they were led by the Hell Ant clan and the Giant Ferocious clan. Each of these 2 clans had a realm master in custody in Yi Xian's hands. As for the Space Rat clan, one of the top 3 slave clans of the Second Universe, none of them had come. Their leader had been killed by the primordial demon ape. Because of this matter, the Spatial Mouse clan was currently preparing for war. They seemed to be preparing to attack the Demonic Dweller clan. That was because the Demonic Dweller clan had allied with young Master Linghu, and young Master Linghu was the culprit who killed their clan's Daoist. The Space Rat clan was one of the top 3 slave clans of the First Universe. In terms of overall strength, they were on par with the demons, and they had the ability and foundation to fight against the demons. As for the humans of the Third Universe, there were mainly 3 major forces: the Eternal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, the 10 Ultimate Heavenly Palaces of the Cultivation faction, and the Thousand Luo Federation. The commander of the Thousand Luo Federation's Blue Fleet, which had attacked the source of all evil, was Long Huai, the president of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. There was also a Star Lord Elder of the Federation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not capture these 2 guys this time. They had successfully escaped from the source of all evil. Otherwise, Yi Xian, a Star Lord of the Federation, might not have bothered him, but Yi Xian wouldn't have let go of Long Huai so easily. The Immortal dynasty had captured a few old rivals, including the first prince, Long Xiang. However, this guy had long been scared out of his wits. This time, his performance in the cauldron space was very disappointing. He did not have the demeanor of a dynasty prince at all. This also made Yi Xian lose interest. He felt that it was beneath him to argue with such a character. Hence, he didn't plan to make things difficult for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. As long as he paid enough ransom, he would let them go. On the other hand, the commander of the Tenju Heavenly Palace's battleship army, the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Ju Palace, Gong Xingtian, who was a Star Lord, happened to be captured alive by Yi Xian. With this guy in hand, he could ruthlessly extort the Tenju Heavenly Palace. After all, the Palace Master of the Earth Palace had an extraordinary identity. It was also because of this that the representative of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace was actually a region lord. It was said that he was a Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, which showed how much importance he attached to this matter. However, Yi Xian ignored him. His devouring clone was still playing hide and seek with the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace in the territory of the cultivators. They would most likely be enemies in the future, not friends, so there was no need to be polite. In addition to these top forces and clans, some small forces and clans from the 3 major planes had also come, including the relatives and friends of some itinerant cultivators. Yi Xian wasn't prepared to ask for any cauldron fees from those rogue cultivators. His target was only these top powers. Not to mention some rogue cultivators, he didn't even plan to ask for a cauldron fee from some of the weaker powers. When the time came, he would release them all. In a short period of 3 days, the representatives of the various top forces and clans from the 3 major planes had completely filled the outer perimeter of the Devil Dweller stellar region. Although this time they were here to redeem someone, it was an extremely shameful thing. No force or race was willing to make a big fuss. However, they still had to go through a long interstellar voyage, especially those top forces from outside the first universe. When they arrived at the planar level universe worm that connected to the first universe, they had to go through a long interstellar voyage. They had to undergo an extremely long period of interstellar travel before arriving at the first universe. On this journey, they couldn't completely eliminate the possibility of encountering a group of space pirates. After all, the incident in the Devil Dweller stellar region had spread throughout the 3 major planes. Practically all the space pirates were aware that the various clans and powers would organize a representative group to head to the Devil Dweller stellar region to redeem someone. They were truly unable to eliminate the possibility of some extremely audacious space pirates intercepting them midway. After all of them were representatives of the Devil Dweller stellar region, so how could they not carry various resources and treasures? So, no matter how unwilling the various clans and powers were, the size of their fleets wasn't small at all. Otherwise, if they were robbed again by space pirates on the way to the Devil Dweller stellar region, the news would spread to their clans, and the core higher-ups would be so angry that they would vomit blood and die on the spot. In a short period of 3 days, the Devil Dweller stellar region made a windfall at the outer perimeter of the Devil Emperor 3 stars. All the fleets that came to redeem someone had to pay a toll fee if they wanted to pass through the outer perimeter and enter the inner perimeter. Of course, when they left after redeeming someone, they still had to pay a toll fee. Such a rule made the fleet commanders of the various clans who came to redeem someone so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Even the Hell Ant clan, one of the top 3 clans in the first universe, could only hold their anger and obediently pay the toll fee. There was nothing they could do about it. The Devil Dweller stellar region was now the dominant clan among the slave clans in the first universe. Coupled with the alliance of young Master Linghu, few people in the first universe dared to provoke the Devil Dweller stellar region now. Of course, the Space Mouse clan and the Hell Ant clan still had the strength to fight the Devil Dweller stellar region. They didn't think that the alliance between the Devil Dweller stellar region and young Master Linghu was a deep alliance. This was most likely only temporary. In fact, the Space Mouse clan had already given up on redeeming a small number of ordinary clansmen who were detained by young Master Linghu. Now, they were mobilizing their troops, and it seemed that they were about to start a Starry Sky-level clan war with the Devil Dweller stellar region. Now, only the Space Mouse clan dared to have such an idea. All the clansmen of this clan were born with a certain degree of space ability. The clansmen with a slightly stronger bloodline talent could perfectly integrate themselves into the void. In this way, if they wanted to secretly assassinate the enemy, it was simply a success. Just like what the immemorial little demonic ape did to the heaven and earth Dao children of various clans who participated in the gambling battle at the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil. The news that the Space Mouse clan gave up redeeming a large number of ordinary clansmen of their clan immediately reached the ears of Yi Xian. Chapter 3788. Young Master Linghu wanted to visit the Space Rat's ancestral home. What was the difference between that and a declaration of war? Given young Master Linghu's ferocious reputation, the effect of his visit would be even worse than the invasion of an army of locusts. Many people had begun to sympathize with the Space Rat clan. In the vast void outside the defensive line of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, all kinds of discussions resounded incessantly. No one took Linghu young master's words as a joke. With his temperament, he would never make such a joke on such an occasion. If nothing unexpected happened, the first universe might really be plunged into chaos after this matter. Linghu Jr. Linghu had made it clear that he would ally with the demons this time. The demons were one of the top 3 races in the first universe, and could even be said to be the most powerful one. Now that the old overlord of the first universe, the Heavenly Fate clan, had mysteriously disappeared and moved away, the demons suddenly allied with a powerful being like young Master Linghu Jr. Linghu. Linghu Jr. Linghu also said that he would visit the Space Rat's ancestral home in front of almost all the top forces and races in the 3 planes. The meaning behind this and the information revealed were truly thought-provoking. Linghu Jr. Linghu, we have been waiting for a long time, and the ransom is ready. Can you let them go now? Perhaps because of the shocking news that the demons were about to attack the Space Rats, the person in charge of the Hellish Ants ransom team, a Star Lord of Hell, suddenly spoke anxiously. The Hellish Ants were one of the top 3 races in the first universe, and their overall strength was on par with the demons and the Space Rats. Naturally, they wouldn't sit by and watch the Space Rats be destroyed by the demons. If that happened, the Hellish Ants would definitely be the next race in the first universe targeted by the demons. The Star Lord of the Hellish Ants obviously wanted to end the matter as soon as possible, then return to his race to report the disturbing news to his people so that they could discuss countermeasures and come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. I have a total of 8 old monsters with me, and 2 of them are from the Hellish Ants and the giant ferocious ants in the first universe. The other 6 are from the top 10 races in the second universe. Yi Xian faintly smiled as he glanced at the infernal ant race's Star Lord. He didn't comment and continued, next, this young master will begin to collect the cauldron fees. Every time 2 races pay the cauldron fees, this young master will immediately release them. Please leave the Devil Dweller Starfield immediately. If you stay, it will be seen as hostile. The surrounding 14 void great battles and the 2 domain lord ferocious beasts will immediately attack. Linghu Jr. Linghu. The Hellish Ants in the first place had a lot on their minds, and some even felt rather disappointed. Among the representatives of the various clans who had come to redeem the prisoners, there were indeed some who harbored ill intentions and wanted to cause trouble. However, it was utterly impossible for any single one of their clans to stir up trouble by themselves. After all, there were 2 region lords amongst the millions of ferocious beasts that were glaring at them with hostility from the side. Coupled with the 14 void battles, it would at least require 3 or 4 region lord ferocious beasts to join forces in order to suppress the forces that Linghu Jr. Master and the demon race had revealed on the surface. There were a total of 8 region lord ferocious beasts imprisoned within the farmer god cauldron, and it had far exceeded this number. So, if all 8 were to be released at the same time, then the demon race and Linghu Jr. Master would definitely suffer calamity. At that time, the situation would take a huge turn. Some people felt extremely satisfied just by imagining such a scene in their minds, and they simply looked forward fervently to the arrival of such a scene. It was even to the extent that many people had already made plans in secret. They were waiting for those 8 Region Lord ferocious beasts to be released before they immediately utilized all sorts of methods to incite the flames of rage in the hearts of those 8 Region Lord ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, all of these plans were instantly and mercilessly destroyed by a few simple words from Linghu Junior Master. Only 2 Region Lord ferocious beasts were released at once, and they had to retreat immediately and stay far away from the demon race stellar region. How were they supposed to deal with this? The Region Lord ferocious beasts from the Bloodworm clan, Inji clan, Barbarian Ox clan, Goldhawk clan, Colored Python clan, and Greedy Wolf clan were the first to be released, and they formed groups of 2. Every single time 2 Region Lord ferocious beasts were released, the Star Lord ferocious beasts, Universe Realm experts, and ordinary clansmen below the Universe Realm would be released from the Farmer God Cauldron at the same time. Such a scene was truly too embarrassing. Not to mention the Region Lord ferocious beasts, even if it was only the Star Lord ferocious beasts and Universe Realm experts, which one of them wasn't a supreme existence that was revered by all? But now, they were being released in batches like prisoners. It just so happened that because they were terrified by the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle that were glaring at them from the side, all of them had no choice but to obediently return to their respective battleships. Even the Region Lord ferocious beasts that were released were the same. Of course, the Region Lord ferocious beasts that were released were even more fearful of the Sector Lord ferocious beast that had yet to appear behind young Master Linghu. They no longer had any doubts about the existence of this Sector Lord ferocious beast. After all, the young Master Linghu in front of them was too calm, and they could even catch a hint of hidden excitement in his eyes. It was as if he was waiting for some ignorant fellow to jump out and give him a chance to let the Sector Lord ferocious beast behind him show its face and show off its might or something. Just like that. As a result, Jiao Kong and the other Region Lord ferocious beasts didn't dare to jump around casually. After being released from the Farmer God Cauldron 3 times by Yi Xian, they didn't even have the intention to say 1 or 2 harsh words in front of everyone. After returning to their respective battleships, they hurriedly left at the first moment, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Even the half-dead appearance of the Daoist that was released with them and taken away by them was completely ignored by Jiao Kong and the other Region Lord ferocious beasts. Although the Heaven and Earth Daoist was important, what could they do now that the situation was like this? They couldn't fall out with young Master Linghu in such a disadvantageous situation, right? That was tantamount to falling into the other party's trap. In the end, they might even lose their lives here. It wasn't worth it. Chapter 3789. The people of the Federation of the Second Universe were the first to be released. Soon, they all left one after another. In the vast void of the Demon Emperor 3 Stars Inner Defense Circle, the originally densely packed fleet of ransom representatives was reduced by half in an instant. Then, the people of the human race's science and technology faction's Immortal Dynasty, the Immortal Cultivation faction's Tenju Heavenly Palace, as well as the Wan Luo Federation and some small forces and sects from the Third Universe were released in batches one after another. As for the rogue cultivators, Yi Xian didn't intend to collect any exit fee at all. He let them all out and reprimanded them to leave immediately. In less than an hour, the surrounding void was almost empty. Only the ransom representatives of the slave clans of the First Universe were left here. Among them were the Hell Ant clan and the Giant Ferocious clan, each of which had a domain lord old monster detained in Yi Xian's hands. The old Star Lord of the Hell Ant race was the most anxious one. He was the first one to urge them, but now, all the hostages of the top forces and races in the Second and Third Universes had been ransomed. The last one who hadn't been released happened to be the slave race hostages in the First Universe. This was clearly done on purpose. The Hell Ant clan Star Lord Old Monster was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Now, almost all the forces of the 3 Great Plains had reached a consensus. The infamous young Master Linghu had already become a force to be reckoned with. Don't look at his cultivation base strength, which was only the 13th Great Realm, the third-level domain lord. But if it was to say that they were to make things difficult for him, even the Star Lord old monsters might not have the qualifications to challenge him, let alone the universe supreme experts. At the very least, only a domain lord old monster would have such confidence. Even if it was a domain lord old monster, he might not have enough confidence. Behind him, there could be a sector lord level supreme ferocious beast hidden. This monstrous genius was like a devil incarnate, and now, it was almost impossible to provoke him. Even the hostages of the first universe's slave races were released by Yi Xian first. He scolded them and ordered them to leave immediately. In the end, only the ferocious giant race and the hell ant race were left behind, including the two domain lords of these two races. At this time, the representatives of the hell ant race and giant ferocious race had completely given up. The 6 old monsters of the various races of the second universe had already left. At this time, they might have already entered the wormhole leading to the second universe. Even the other clans of the first universe's servant clans had left one after another. Even if they were unwilling, with just the 2 old monsters of the Hell Ant clan and the giant ferocious clan, they couldn't do much in the current situation. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. After all, these 2 clans each had a domain lord being held captive by Yi Xian. Oh right, in addition to the domain lords, they also had a universe Dao child. Therefore, the ransom they brought naturally couldn't be too shabby. On the contrary, the Hell Ant race and the giant ferocious race handed over an extremely high fee for leaving the cauldron. Yi Xian didn't intend to make things difficult for them. Except for the universe Dao child Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan, who were still held captive in the prison wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, all the other clans were released. Including the 2 old monsters of the domain lords. At this time, in the originally overcrowded space of the farmer god cauldron, only Ming Jiuming and Meng Mashan were left, except for the 8 great Vajras. In addition, there were also the remains of a large number of bloodline true bodies of various clans, as well as the precious blood and precious flesh of some powerful ancient creatures. These were all reserve materials for Yi Xian to refine great medicine in the future. The Hell Ant race and the giant ferocious race's old monsters quickly realized that something was wrong. All the other clansmen were released, except for the universe Dao child Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan. The 2 of them looked at each other. If it was any other clansman, they really wouldn't care at this moment. Not to mention the sector lord level supreme ferocious beast that was still hiding in the dark, just the immemorial porcupine and immemorial turtle that were not far away in the void watching covetously was enough to make their hearts tremble. However, the universe Dao child was after all different. No matter how numb his scalp was, he still had to ask this matter, little friend Linghu, is it that there are still people who haven't been released? Yes, 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 little friend is busy every day, you must have neglected. Hee, our 2 clans universe Dao child Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan, those 2 brats, haven't been released yet. That's right, the 2 of them haven't been released. Yi Xian didn't deny it and immediately nodded. This young master and brother Jiuming and brother Mashan hit it off at first sight. I've asked before, the 2 of them aren't willing to leave for the time being. They said that they want to stay here for a few more days to play. Later on, this young master will go out for a walk. When the Hell Ant race arrives, I'll send the 2 brothers back to their clan. Hearing this, the Hell Ant race and the giant ferocious race's old monsters were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, completely at a loss. On the other hand, the Hell Ant race's Star Lord old monster who led the team to ransom the people jumped out angrily. With a face full of indignation, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian. Ling Huchong, is there anyone as shameless as you? Taking the ransom and not letting them go, the ransom that our 2 clans paid just now includes Jiu Juming's share for Ming Daozi. Although this guy knew that young Master Linghu was ferocious, he hadn't stayed in the Shenong cauldron after all, so he didn't feel it deeply. Relying on the fact that there were 2 old monsters in his camp in front of him, he didn't feel stage fright and seemed to be extremely self-righteous. "You're wrong. Didn't this young master just say it?" Brother Jiuming and Brother Ma Shan stayed behind voluntarily. "How can this young master be a person who goes back on his words?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes and pointed at the Shinong cauldron that was like a star in the void beside him. "If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask yourself." "Ask then ask, do you think this old man is afraid of you?" The old man was impulsive and didn't think too much. He jumped into the Shinong cauldron's mouth that was filled with 9-colored fog. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time the old monsters of the Hell Ant race came back to their senses, everything was too late. That guy was courting death and had already rushed into the mouth of the cauldron. "Aya, this old man is a good-for-nothing. It seems that he didn't pay the entrance fee." Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped his forehead. He turned his head and looked at the old monster of the Hell Ant race. "Fellow Daoist, how about you pay for him? You can also pay the exit fee while you're at it." Plop. When the old monster of the giant ferocious race heard this, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened and completely understood. He turned his head and saw that the old monster of the Hell Ant race was shaking his head like a rattle drum. It was clear that he didn't intend to pay attention to this matter. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He almost fell to the ground. Chapter 3790. In just half a day, Yi Xian had once again harvested a large amount of resources. However, this time, they were basically all cultivation resources, various minerals, crystals, and heaven and earth treasures. As for those starry sky treasures, there were basically none. After all, these were all ransoms sent by various clans. They were unwilling to part with top-grade treasures and would rather use quantity to make up for it. However, this didn't matter. These ordinary resources were also needed by Yi Xian. When they returned to Triumph City, they would be of great help. The development of the forces under their command would be on the fast track because of this. The demon race had once again made a considerable windfall. Although it wasn't as astonishing as Yi Xian's harvest, they had still collected 2 tolls, which added up to a considerable amount. After this battle, whether it was young Master Linghu or the demon race, they would all become famous in the 3 major planes. The demon race star field would most likely be listed as a starry sky danger zone by countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 major planes. Not to mention ordinary starry sky powerhouses, even the star pirates wouldn't dare to easily pass through here. The demon race had long become addicted to robbing people. If they wanted to pass through here in the future, they definitely wouldn't have the confidence if they didn't have some resources in their pockets. In short, the conclusion of this matter could be said to be a happy ending for both the demon race and Yi Xian. Even for those major clans of the 3 major planes who had pinched their noses and paid a considerable amount of exit fees, it was the same. After all, resources were inanimate objects. They could be obtained without them. However, the powerhouses of the clans, especially the powerhouses of the universe, the Star Masters, and the Domain Masters, were very important. To them, it was also a gratifying thing to be able to use some cultivation resources and mineral deposits in exchange for the hostages and high-end combat strength of the supreme figure of the universe and above in the clan. Of course, to Yi Xian, there was still a fly in the ointment. That was, he didn't receive a single cent of the exit fee of the Space Rat clan. The clan's Tao Child of Heaven and Earth, Shu Wushuang, had already been beheaded by Yi Xian in the root of all evil Star region. Although there were quite a few Space Mouse race experts detained in Yi Xian's hands, more than 100,000 of them, and there was even a Star Lord Old Monster among them, the clan had always been stingy. In addition, the Heaven and Earth Daoist Shu Wushuang had been killed, causing the core members of the clan to be furious. They actually unyieldingly abandoned this Star Lord Old Monster and more than 10 others. The myriad tribes. Not only did they not deliver the ransom, they did not even send a representative to express their stance. On the contrary, it was said that within their clan, they had already begun to deploy troops and generals to prepare for war with all their might. They were preparing to suppress young Master Linghu and the demon race. Of course, this was just an excuse. Everyone could see that. And now, the first universe was without a leader. The old overlord, the Heaven's legacy race, had disappeared and moved away. Which of the other slave races didn't want to replace them? The ones with the most strength to compete for supremacy were the Devil Dwellers, the Space Rats, and the Hell Ants, the three races that were ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the first universe. As for the Devil Dwellers, they were now allied with young Master Linghu. The Space Rat race deliberately did not come to ransom the Devil Dwellers. On one hand, it was because they were angry that their Daoist Shu Wushuang had been killed. On the other hand, they wanted to use this as an excuse to send troops to attack the Devil Dwellers. As long as they could take down the Devil Dwellers, the overall situation would basically be settled. It had to be said that this wishful thinking was truly brilliant. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the Devil Dwellers were not to be trifled with. If the Space Rat race wanted a legitimate reason to send troops to suppress the Devil Dwellers, then they would be one step ahead of them. Although the Space Rat race did not come to ransom the Devil Dwellers, Yi Xian did not leave behind the hostages of their clan. Including that Star-Lord Old Monster, there were more than 100,000 Space Rat race experts. Yi Xian did not leave behind a single one and released all of them in public. Moreover, this was before the other races of the second universe. The representatives of the various top forces of the 3 universes were all witnesses. And now, with this matter concluded, young Master Linghu and the Devil Dwellers rushed to issue a statement at the first opportunity. To be precise, it was a declaration of crusade. The matter of the cauldron exit fee was approved by all the top forces and races of the 3 universes, and all of them sent people to pay the fee and take the Devil Dwellers away. Why did the Space Rat race not approve? Since the Devil Dwellers were already released, if they did not want to pay the cauldron exit fee, fine, this daddy will personally go and collect it. Of course, taking the initiative to pay the fee and going to the Devil Dwellers to collect it were 2 completely different concepts and natures. Therefore, the standards were definitely different as well. Young Master Linghu and the Devil Dwellers did not specify the specific standards in the declaration of crusade, but they gave a general answer based on the scale of the crusade army. For this crusade against the Space Rat race, the Devil Dwellers and young Master Linghu had mobilized an army of more than 10 million warships, half of which were 7 void warships. In addition, there were several million native dire beasts, including 2 domain lord-level dire beast emperors. Although there was no mention of the sector lord-level dire beast, since young Master Linghu himself had mobilized and personally led the crusade, the sector lord-level dire beast behind him was naturally not a problem. This was clearly the tempo of subduing the Space Rat race in one fell swoop. Although the Devil Dwellers also had a sector lord-level Space Rat ancestor, it was said that there was only one. Moreover, it had not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years, so it might not be able to participate in this battle. As for the allied army of young Master Linghu and the demonic race, apart from the Sector Lord Supreme Ferocious Beast behind young Master Linghu, the demonic race's foundation on this level wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Spatial Mouse race. Overall, the balance of the battle was clearly tilted towards the Devil Dwellers and young Master Linghu. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar at the same time. Apart from the other servant races in the first universe who were burning with worry, the various top forces and races in the second and third universes were all rejoicing in the Space Rat race's misfortune. It could even be said that they were happy to see it happen. Previously, when the cauldron exit fee was paid, all the other large races had suffered losses. Only the Space Rat race did not come. This matter naturally caused dissatisfaction in people's hearts. Everyone was looking forward to the Space Rat race reaping the fruits of their own actions. It will take several days to mobilize the army. The army will need at least 4 or 5 days to fully mobilize. Turning his head to look at Grandpa Mo, Yi Xian grinned and continued, "It just so happens that this young master has some personal matters to attend to, so I will have to trouble Grandpa Mo on this side. Within 3 days, I will definitely return. After speaking, Yi Xian immediately left the Devil Emperor planet. As for the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy tortoise, they were all sent back into the farmer god cauldron and stored inside his body. Chapter 3791. Triumph City was a majestic city built by Yi Xian's true confidants. Vile Mosquito Butcher was in charge of overseeing Triumph City, while Naples was in charge of specific affairs. They were basically divided into 2 systems. One was the fleet under Prince Xian's command that Naples brought out from the Immortal army when he was sent to the Death Starfield. However, this fleet wasn't large. When Yi Xian left, the entire fleet only had 2 interstellar fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters, 5 interstellar fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters, 10 great fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters, and 50 stellar warships with diameters of 3,000 meters. The other system was the core force of the demon kin left behind by Yi Xian. When Yi Xian left Triumph City, he left behind the Black Wind, Black Mosquito, and other demon-kin scout fortresses. There were 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles, as well as several 10,000 demon-kin legions led by Gui Hai Yidao and several other demon-kin captains. This included Gui Hai Yidao, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Feng Tai, the demon-kin chief steward Barker, as well as Tu Wei, Delay, Hongji, Pilo, and other demon-kin experts from the Black Wind. They all stayed in these demon-kin scout fortresses. Apart from that, there were also the 1,000 or so Federation elites led by Du Wenxuan, who had been released from the Black Wind's bottom-level myriad net prison. This group of people had all defected to Yi Xian and gathered together, calling themselves the Triumph Return Think Tank. Finally, there were the experts from the Linghu clan, led by Mr. Hu, who had come from the Heaven War Star. Oh right, there was also the Tianji clan expert, Ying Tai. However, her core source code had been modified by the Immortal Dynasty's state preceptor, D-Air. She was no longer a member of the Tianji clan and had become a member of the Machinery clan under D-Air. She was a spy sent by D-Air to stay by Yi Xian's side. Of these experts, other than Ying Tai, who still had some uncertainties because of D-Air, everyone else was a trusted confidant that Yi Xian trusted. After leaving the demonic emperor planet, Yi Xian rushed to the black hole of life. He found a secluded place and directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body. It immediately activated the plane-level interstellar coordinate jump ability. The locked jump coordinate was the Death Starfield of Universe 3. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had activated the planar coordinate jump ability. However, after the jump was completed, he turned around to look at the slightly familiar dark space around him. He still had an unreal feeling in his heart. In an instant, he had gone from the black hole of life in the first universe to the Death Star field in the third universe. He had crossed the universe planes, but he hadn't even passed through a wormhole. This was simply unbelievable. No one would believe it if he told them. Once again, he marveled at the mystery and power of the devouring system. As his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian became more and more curious about the ability of the devouring system in his body. The technological pioneer of the human race, Xing Bo, was truly a great genius. He was actually able to create such a miraculous system. Even as the host, Yi Xian, who had grown to such a high level in the starry sky environment, it was still difficult for him to see through all of its mysteries. After adjusting his mood, Yi Xian quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He summoned the Dongxiu shuttle and rushed toward Planet Triumph. Not long after, the huge Planet Triumph came into view. Compared to when he had left, Planet Triumph was completely different now. On the surface of the planet stood many majestic cities. It was no longer the isolated Triumph City from before. Even in the void around Planet Triumph, Yi Xian saw a large number of warships patrolling the void. When he had left, the fleet of Planet Triumph was not large. But now, it looked like it had a myriad of wonders. It could be seen that the development of Planet Triumph was quite good. After all, it now had a production line of intelligent robots. Coupled with the fact that the countless stars in the Death Star field were free to excavate all kinds of ores, Victorious Return City was developing at full speed without any restrictions. However, compared to the 10 million battleship army in Yi Xian's hands, it was still far inferior. After all, the development time was still short, and the construction of battleships wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. Soon, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongxiu shuttle. Using the appearance of young Master Linghu, he traversed the void with his physical body and rushed toward Planet Triumph. A demon scout fleet patrolling the void immediately arrived. Gui Haidao was the first to rush out and meet Yi Xian. Not long after, Yi Xian, accompanied by Gui Haidao, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, Head Steward Barker, and other trusted demon slaves, entered Triumph Main City and arrived at the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. The wretched Mosquito Butcher and Naples rushed over. Ingtai followed behind Naples. It looked like she had already become his assistant. This woman's ability was very strong. She had no problem helping Naples manage such a large planet Triumph. Soon, a group of triumphant returns think tanks, including Old Man Du, also rushed over. The entire City Lord's mansion was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone had not seen each other for a long time. It was really noisy for a while before gradually dispersing. After all, everyone had their own responsibilities. Yi Xian was the only one overseeing such a large planet Triumph. The various departments and organizations could not be separated for too long. After the crowd dispersed, the only ones left were the wretched Mosquito Butcher and Naples. There was also Ingtai. She had indeed become Naples' assistant and held great power in her hands. You really know how to stir up trouble. How long have you been gone? The title of the current 7 unparalleled evildoers was made by you. These 7 unparalleled evildoers are all you, right? The wretched Mosquito Butcher was still the same as before. He had the virtue of an old hooligan who deserved a beating. However, from the way he spoke about the 7 unparalleled evildoers, although Triumphant Return City was isolated from the rest of the world, hiding in this lonely and desolate Death Starfield to develop, they still had all the news of the outside world. They had always been paying close attention to it. Grinning at Yi Xian, the wretched Mosquito Butcher then rolled his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Don't you feel tired? Cough cough, you guys better not leak this matter." So far, the only 3 identities that have been exposed are young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the immemorial little demon ape. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly, then changed the topic and continued, "I won't be able to stay for long this time. I'll have to leave in at most 2 days. I came here specifically to deliver resources and battleships, so I've accumulated quite a bit during this period of time. In addition, I made 2 allies outside, the first universe's demon tribe and the origin of all evil Starfield's vicious beast tribe." Chapter 3792. The Farmer God Cauldron was collected and refined by Yi Xian after he left Triumph City. Therefore, whether it was Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, or Ingtai, none of them had seen it before. However, this cauldron was already famous in the 3 major planes. There were many videos about it circulating on the 3 major planes star net. Therefore, the wretched Mosquito Butcher had seen it before. In addition, when Yi Xian waved his hand to summon this cauldron, it was not in its complete form. It was only about the size of a large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Because of this, the wretched Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Ingtai did not show much shock on their faces. However, as the 2 figures flew out of the cauldron, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the cauldron in his undying world. The 300 zhang tall immemorial porcupines and the 3 zhang tall immemorial hairy tortoises landed on the plaza of the City Lord's mansion. After their figures appeared clearly, Naples and Ingtai immediately changed. Their colors changed. Even though the 2 vicious beasts had restrained their auras, there was still some leakage. In addition, the video of the battle in the source of all evil star domain and the ending of the demon domain's cauldron fee incident had already been released. Therefore, almost all the overlords in the three planes had seen the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise in the video. Naples and Ingtai also knew that the two indigenous beasts were the infamous old monsters of the landlords. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly saw them appear in front of them? The main reason why Yi Xian brought the immemorial porcupines and the immemorial hairy tortoises to Triumph Planet was actually to suppress the wretched mosquito butcher and see if he could get some information about his and the mad mosquito emperor's identity and background from this old guy. When the wretched mosquito butcher first revealed his identity, he showed his universe realm strength. Later on, Yi Xian found out that he had been tricked. This old guy actually dared to say that even if a Star Lord came to Triumph City, he might not be able to get away with it. At that time, Yi Xian was furious. After all this time, the universe realm expert was actually a conservative estimate. This old guy was actually a Star Lord. At that time, Yi Xian had felt despair. He didn't have any hope of getting information from this old guy. He didn't have the ability to force a Star Lord to confess. However, it was different this time. The primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were both region lords, and they weren't ordinary region lords. Both of them had advanced into the advanced stage of the region lord realm, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to torture Jiao Kong and that region lord from the multicolored python clan so miserably in the root of all evil region. This time, Yi Xian was incomparably confident. Even if the old bastard mosquito butcher was still hiding his true strength, and his true strength had already reached the terrifying level of a region lord. So, there was no need to worry about him. Yi Xian was man tortoises. And Yi was. Was Xian was man. Yi. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian arrived here, he'd brought the primeval porcupine and tortoise out of the farmer god cauldron. That was the exact reason. However, Yi Xian was flabbergasted. While Naples and Ingtai were intimidated by the appearance of the porcupine and tortoise, and they were terrified to the point they didn't even dare breathe loudly. However, the wretched mosquito butcher was still as before, and that filthy smile that deserved a slap hadn't changed at all. That wasn't the end of it. Right when Yi Xian was slightly stunned by this unexpected development, the porcupine and tortoise's gazes were already pressing down on Mosquito Butcher. However, the final outcome almost shocked Yi Xian to the point of falling to the ground. He'd thought that even if Mosquito Butcher was a region lord and was at the late stage of the Star Lord realm, he would probably be defeated by the joint forces of the porcupine and tortoise. However, the facts were the exact opposite. The two's gazes met, and in less than 3 breaths, the porcupine and tortoise were defeated. They both shrunk their necks, and the aura in their bodies was completely withdrawn. The tortoise even waved at Yi Xian, who was staring blankly with his mouth wide open, and actually didn't dare to approach and call him over to talk. "Two old brothers, you're not helping. What's the situation?" Yi Xian was so angry that his face darkened. He rushed over and leaned close to the two old ferocious beasts, lowering his voice as he asked repeatedly. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise grinned awkwardly and exchanged glances. Then, they glanced at the direction of the main hall of the city lord's mansion in the distance with fear in their eyes before they explained, "Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you. The problem is that we've met a tough opponent. We can't suppress them." Yes. It's just a competition of fierceness. This old tortoise was almost scared to death just now. Realm Lord is an old monster. What? Pooh! When the words Realm Lord Old Monster entered his ears, Yi Xian jumped up on the spot and almost spat out blood. He finally understood why this old man was so calm. One person competing with two ferocious beasts in a competition of fierceness, yet he was still calm and didn't treat it as a big deal. The opponent was a Realm Lord Old Monster. What was there to be afraid of? Pay, he couldn't trust this old bastard anymore. First, he pretended to be a demon slave, then he suddenly became a universe lord. Not long after, he became a Star Lord Old Monster. This time, he was even more ruthless, directly becoming a Realm Lord Old Monster. If someone jumped out now and patted their chest to guarantee Yi Xian that Old Man Mosquito Butcher's cultivation had reached the peak, that he was a Realm Lord Old Monster, and definitely couldn't be stronger, Yi Xian's reaction would definitely be a slap across the face, and then fiercely cursing, F***ck your mother, you think this young master is easy to trick? This old man definitely wasn't just a realm lord, this point, Yi Xian was almost certain. No choice, it was like this time and time again, he was truly in despair. F***ck you old bastard, you're simply not human, when he thought about how he was so confident, yet now, he had such a miserable ending. It was simply a complete defeat. Yi Xian howled miserably on the spot as he looked at the distant old ghost mosquito butcher and gnashed his teeth. Before he finished, someone suddenly pulled on his sleeves from behind. Yi Xian turned his head to look. The primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle were hiding behind him with their necks shrunk, carefully accompanying him with a smile. "Brother, where's your cauldron? Quickly get it out, this Triumph City isn't fun, let's just go back." Yes, it's safer inside." Pooh, this time, Yi Xian really vomited blood. He thought that these two ferocious beasts were very tyrannical, but now it seemed that they were also people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A Realm Lord Old Monster was scared to such an extent, how F***king embarrassing. Depressed, Yi Xian sighed and waved his hand, summoning the farmer god cauldron. Xiao! Xiao! Two sounds of breaking through the air rang out, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise fled into the farmer god cauldron, probably even if Yi Xian wanted to, he wouldn't be able to chase them out. What the fuck is this? Chapter 3793. With a loud thud, Yi Xian subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw immediately stunned him. His mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. "You scared me to death. Old Monster Area Masters, and two of them at once." In his line of sight, the old monster mosquito butcher, who had been calm just now, had fallen to the ground. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. As he muttered, he raised his hand and kept wiping his forehead. Fortunately, this old man is calm. When it comes to looks and acting, I've never been afraid of anyone. After all this time, he was scared to death. Yi Xian suddenly felt a little confused. His whole body was in a daze, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. He almost suspected that he was hallucinating. What the hell was going on? Both sides were scared out of their wits when they met. What kind of joke was this? He suddenly felt like crying. This wasn't fun at all. At this time, Yi Xian was completely confused. Was this old monster mosquito butcher deliberately trying to cover up and act like this? Or was he really just putting up a strong front, relying on his willpower to compete with the two ferocious beasts in looks and aura, and barely surviving? No matter which was the truth, one thing was certain. Yi Xian finally saw through it. In summary, there were two things he learned today. First, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were unreliable. Second, old monster mosquito butcher was too good at acting. To roam the world, he relied on acting skills. He was also unreliable. What the f***ck? After summing up these two things, Yi Xian howled at the sky. After all this time, he actually didn't gain anything. In the end, not only did he not achieve his original goal, but the doubts in his heart deepened. This matter, after the commotion, Yi Xian was full of depression and didn't want to stay in Triumph City any longer. Seeing old monster mosquito butcher made him extremely annoyed. Outside, you two, make the arrangements. This young master will throw out the resources and warships, then leave. There are still many things to do over there. I don't have time to stay here for long. Yi Xian turned to look at old monster mosquito butcher and Naples with a face full of displeasure. As he spoke, he rolled his eyes. Boss, just throw the resources in Triumph City Square. This place is big enough. I'll get Gue Haidao to bring a group of demon brothers over. And of mind, and Yi Xian nodded and glanced at Ying Tai. She was looking at him with her big eyes. When their eyes met, Ying Tai grinned. She looked quite pure and beautiful. She didn't have the feminine aura she used to have. However, Yi Xian's heart trembled when he remembered that this girl was actually an intelligent mechanical life form. He quickly looked away and didn't dare to look at her anymore. Walala, with a wave of his hand, the mountain-like amount of resources in his undying world was taken out by Yi Xian. They piled up in the huge square of the city lord's mansion. One had to look up at the top. It was at least 1,000 meters high. What the F***ck? Naples was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and looked up to see how high this mountain of resources was. In the end, he cursed. Ying Tai was also dumbfounded. Her big eyes were spinning in circles. Clearly, she was also dumbfounded. Only old ghost mosquito slayer was still the same. Moreover, he curled his lips and had an expression as if he was nothing more than that. Seeing this, Yi Xian's teeth itched. He only wanted to strangle this damn old man, who loved to act pretentious, to death on the spot. Oh right, how many battleships does the victorious return fleet have? It includes all the battleships with a diameter of 1,000 meters, all the way up to 100,000 meters. The cultivation resources and various minerals that were piled up like towering mountains were actually unable to suppress the wretched mosquito butcher. Yi Xian still felt unhappy in his heart. It was as if there was a fish bone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't spit it out. Fortunately, he still had tens of millions of battleships. This should be enough to suppress this old fellow, right? With this expectation, Yi Xian turned to look at Naples, who still had some development. He purposely raised his voice and said proudly, "This time, this young master brought back some battleships as well. However, they can't fit here. I have to bring them to space outside of planet Victorious Return. There are quite a lot of them." Naples was obviously a little stunned. He nodded woodenly and followed behind Yi Xian with the wretched mosquito slayer and Ying Tai. They arrived at the space outside of planet Victorious Return. Seeing Yi Xian standing in the space in front of him, he remembered to reply. He quickly said, "Battleships with a diameter of 1,000 meters and above. There are more than 50,000 of them on planet Victorious Return. The scale is quite shocking." Naples was quite proud of this matter. When Yi Xian left, there was only one Victorious Return city and less than 10,000 battleships. Now, the entire planet Victorious Return was filled with majestic steel cities. There were more than 50,000 battleships. To be able to achieve this in such a short time was indeed quite impressive. 50,000? This number was about the same as Yi Xian's observation. He couldn't help but laugh. 50,000? That's not bad. As he spoke, Yi Xian glanced at the wretched mosquito slayer. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out all the tens of thousands of battleships that were piled up around the volcano in the central region of the Shenong Cauldron. When these battleships were stored in the Shenong Cauldron, they could only find a large amount of manpower to move them in one by one. With Yi Xian's current strength, he still couldn't use the Shenong Cauldron to directly store such a large amount of resources. However, he could easily take out everything in the cauldron. Hence, he was very relaxed at this moment. With just a wave of his hand, the space in front of him was filled with all kinds of battleships. They were all at least 3,000 meters in diameter. There were also quite a number of small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. As for the fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters, there were even more. Oh my God, Naples was so shocked that he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and he was speechless for a long time. Ingtai also took in a cold breath. His mouth was wide open as he looked around in a daze. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this reaction. He chuckled and turned to look at Mosquito Slayer. He originally wanted to see a look of shock on the old man's face. Even if it was just a little, he would be satisfied. In the end, he was greatly disappointed. The old bastard still had a nonchalant expression. He curled his lips and muttered uncaringly, "Tens of thousands of battleships? What's the use of that? Once a sector lord old monster makes a move, they will all be wiped out." Chapter 3794. Originally, Yi Xian thought that he would return home in glory and triumph, but the final result hurt him greatly. The immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise were unreliable, and that wretched old bastard Mosquito Slayer's acting was too professional. It was already difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Letting Yi Xian return this time could be said to be a disappointment. Originally, Yi Xian planned to stay in Triumph City for 3 days, but in the end, after handing over the 10 million warships, he immediately fled from Triumph City. He entered a secret room in the City Lord's mansion and directly used the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability to return to the black hole of life in the demon domain in the first universe. It was not until half a day later that the news of his departure spread throughout Triumph City. Ingtai, who had been waiting outside the City Lord's mansion and was about to meet him alone, suddenly became absent-minded. A look of extreme disappointment appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Is he deliberately avoiding me? I originally just wanted to report a proper matter. I really do have a way to find the Tianji clan." The round trip didn't even take a day. There were still at least 3 or 4 days before the troops were dispatched to the Space Rat clan's ancestral land. Yi Xian decided to make good use of these few days. After all, once the war started, it would be difficult to find free time. There were several things in front of him right now. Concoct the level 14 and level 15 liquids. Refine the Quasi-Starry Sky battle armor and warships again, making them Quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to use these 3 or 4 days to do these 2 things. There was enough time. Yi Xian's battle armor, the indestructible glass armor, had already undergone 6 refinements. Currently, it was a quasi-starry sky treasure. Calculating the time, the last 6th refinement was actually a long time ago. There were 2 main reasons why he hadn't refined the indestructible glass armor a 7th time for so long. First, there was a lack of suitable fusion materials. After reaching the quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure grade, the next fusion target would basically be the starry sky cardinal treasure grade. This kind of artificially created treasure was different from the natural minerals, crystals, and natural treasures. It was very difficult to reach the true starry sky cardinal treasure grade. Therefore, the materials chosen for the 7th refinement were extremely important. After being mixed, the indestructible glass armor would undergo a qualitative change and upgrade. Even though Yi Xian had a huge sum of money and countless treasures and rare resources in his possession, he still hadn't been able to find a suitable item to fuse with. Another reason was that the further the refinement went, the higher the probability of failure. Although the Devour system's fusion system hadn't failed attempts, it didn't mean that it wouldn't happen. The fusion system's explanation was that there was a certain probability of failure, a treasure fusion. Although it wasn't high, it still existed. Yi Xian didn't. If the fusion, if it failed, in the case, if Yi Xian would. If should the fusion fail and cause and the treasures, in the case, Yi would be. If. Crying. It was because of these 2 reasons that his indestructible glass armor and Dongshu shuttle had not been upgraded since they had been upgraded to quasi-starry sky supreme treasures after the last refinement. In fact, even the withered demon blood blade hadn't been upgraded from quasi-starry sky level to true starry sky level not long ago. Yi Xian didn't use the fusion system to complete the upgrade. Instead, it was because the slumbering withered demon blade inside the withered demon blood blade was about to wake up, which led to the weapon's transformation. But it could not be replicated. Besides, his indestructible glass armor and the Dongxiu shuttle did not have any artifact spirits. Therefore, the only way to upgrade them to the level of real starry sky treasures was to refine them with the system. Fortunately, Yi Xian had profited greatly from the incident in the source of all evil and obtained an enormous amount of resources. Amongst them, he had even obtained some minerals, crystals, and heavenly and earthly treasures that could be said to be the most precious treasures in the universe from the 8 old monsters. He had finally found a suitable material to fuse with the indestructible glass armor and the Dongxiu shuttle. They were the true phoenix nirvana blood and the great Peng sky-breaking plume. These two treasures were flesh and blood treasures, not minerals, heavenly treasures, or heavenly treasures. They were both starry sky-level treasures. It was very rare for a living being's flesh and blood treasures to reach this level. The true phoenix nirvana blood was said to be a drop of true phoenix blood left behind when a true phoenix nirvana blood went through nirvana. It had the power to bring the dead back to life. Yi Xian had indeed obtained this drop of true phoenix nirvana blood, but not from the treasures carried by the 8 old monsters. He had obtained it from the entry fee paid by a certain Genesis realm expert among the more than 100 million hostages. At the time, this drop of true phoenix nirvana blood was sealed in a blood-red crystal. The other party did not know what it was, but felt that it must be extraordinary, so they kept it. Who would have thought that it would end up benefiting Yi Xian? Yi Xian planned to use this drop of true phoenix nirvana blood to fuse with the indestructible glass armor. If he succeeded, the unique properties of the true phoenix nirvana blood would be perfectly fused with the indestructible glass armor. At that time, based on past experience, the indestructible glass armor's name would change, and its grade would rise to the level of a true starry sky treasure. There was at least an 80% chance of that happening. Besides that, the new armor would gain new properties due to the fusion of the true phoenix nirvana blood. It was most likely related to nirvana and resurrection. For a piece of battle armor, this kind of elemental power was the rarest of all. It could be said that this drop of true phoenix nirvana blood was an unprecedented fortune for Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. It would transform it from just a powerful battle armor to something that was close to a life of its own. Creatures like true phoenixes had only appeared in the distant primordial era. They had long since disappeared. Even in the core of the source of all evil star region where large numbers of ancient beasts gathered, Yi Xian had not seen a single true phoenix. Even among the remains of the primordial era creatures that lay across the void, there were only 2 powerful birds that seemed to possess the bloodline of true phoenixes. They were not true phoenixes. In fact, even if one encountered a true phoenix, obtaining a drop of true phoenix nirvana blood was basically an extravagant hope. The blood of a true phoenix could not be considered true nirvana blood. Only the last drop of blood left behind when a true phoenix was reborn could be called true phoenix nirvana blood. Generally speaking, once a true phoenix succeeded in its nirvana, that drop of nirvana blood would no longer exist. It would turn into a new true phoenix, signifying rebirth. Chapter 3795. Compared to the nirvana blood of true phoenix, the rarity of the rock sky-shattering plume was obviously a level lower. However, this didn't mean that it wasn't precious. Therefore, even though both were precious materials, this rock sky-shattering plume couldn't possibly be the same as the nirvana blood of true phoenix, a starry sky treasure. To put it bluntly, the rock sky-shattering plume was actually a colorful plume at the back of the rock's head. This colorful plume existed since the rock's birth. The rock's feathers would change several times in its life. Every time it changed feathers, it would shed one after another and be reborn. Only this sky-shattering plume remained the same from its birth to its death. It could be said that this colorful plume contained the essence of the rock's lifetime bloodline. Moreover, it would only shed itself after the rock's death. Because the rock's greatest characteristic was its speed, this colorful plume that accompanied the rock's life was called the rock sky-shattering plume. Although capturing a rock was basically equivalent to obtaining a rock sky-shattering plume, it wasn't like the nirvana blood of true phoenix. Even if you caught a true phoenix, to obtain a drop of nirvana blood of true phoenix, you still had to patiently wait for it to undergo nirvana. Moreover, the nirvana had to fail in order to leave behind a drop of nirvana blood. From this perspective, on the surface, it seemed that the nirvana blood of true phoenix was more difficult to obtain. However, in reality, this was incorrect. Because the azure sky rock was the same as the true phoenix. It was an ancient creature that only existed in the primordial era. It had long disappeared from the world. Moreover, even in the distant primordial era, the azure sky rock was extremely powerful. Moreover, it was known for its speed. A single flap of its wings could cover a distance of 30,000 miles. Who could catch it? It could be said that to obtain a rock sky-shattering plume, it was basically only possible to obtain it after the azure sky rock fell from its body. However, how could the azure sky great peng allow the one and only feather that had accompanied it for its entire life to wander about casually? Basically, before its death, this rock sky-shattering plume had already been destroyed or disposed of properly. The rock breaking the heavens plume that Yi Xian obtained was obtained from one of the 8 region lords. Originally, this kind of flesh and blood type treasure was too precious, so it was normally impossible to hand it over. However, that domain lord old monster came from the top 10 races of the second universe. He was not an expert of the human self-cultivator camp who was good at refining weapons. It was useless for him to have such a precious material in his hand. He could not use it at all. For example, he could use it to refine weapons. However, he couldn't trust others to refine such treasures. Besides, even in the human cultivation camp, there were very few master refiners who had the ability to successfully integrate flesh and blood treasures of this level into magic treasures. Therefore, as time passed, this rare great rock's heaven-shattering plume fell into his hands like a chicken rib. It was useless to keep it, but it was a pity to throw it away. Usually, when he took it out and played with it, it would often cause him to feel depressed. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, he simply threw it out. In the end, it also benefited Yi Xian. Yi Xian intended to use this great rock sky-shattering plume to refine the Dongxiu shuttle. The Dongxiu shuttle was basically an all-round warship now. It even had a killing array disc. However, as Yi Xian's cultivation level increased, the level of contact he had with it was different. Its speed was gradually not enough. With this great rock sky-shattering plume, its speed would be reborn. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly took out the 4 treasures to be refined from his undying world. Then, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused, indestructible glass armor, nirvana blood of the true phoenix. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding, congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused, Dongxiu shuttle, great rock sky-shattering plume. Will you fuse them immediately? Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave a definite reply. Furthermore, he wanted to fuse them twice at the same time. After making the decision, he waved his hand and handed over the Dongxiu shuttle and indestructible glass armor, as well as the nirvana blood of the true phoenix and great rock sky-shattering plume to the devouring system. He also took out a large pile of star core sources from his undying world to be used during the fusion. After all the preparations were completed, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 7th fusion of the indestructible glass armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the Dongxiu shuttle has begun. Progress 1. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His heartstrings inexplicably tightened. From the beginning to the end, although his weapons, armor, and warships had been fused many times, there had never been a case of failure. Until now, he had succeeded 6 or 7 times in a row. The Dongshu shuttle had even succeeded 7 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the higher the possibility of failure. Similarly, the further the fusion went, the greater the loss to Yi Xian would be. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little anxious at this moment. However, the more successful the fusion, the more time it would take to fuse them again. This was really a kind of torture. This time, the fusion of the 2 treasures, the warship and the warship, would take at least 3 days to produce a result. This was because Yi Xian's cultivation had improved by a large margin, and the devouring system in his body had also evolved and improved by a large margin due to his previous victories in the system's competitive missions. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Not long after, Yi Xian finally calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. He threw this matter to the back of his mind. Since he was bored, he could use cultivation to kill time. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation. Soon, he forgot about everything and let time pass without any surprise or joy. About 3 days later, Yi Xian exited from the state of cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes, the familiar sound of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The fusion of the armor and the warship was finally completed. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 7th fusion of the indestructible glass armor was successful. Treasure obtained, indestructible nirvana armor. Grade, starry sky treasure grade. Quality, flawless perfect. Ding, congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle was successful. Treasure obtained, void-shattering shuttle. Grade, starry sky treasure grade. Quality, flawless perfect. Sure enough, the fusion of the 2 treasures was carried out at the same time. The result was still a success without any accidents, which made Yi Xian completely relax. What surprised him even more was that after the 2 treasures successfully completed the fusion, their grades were both upgraded to the Starry Sky Treasure grade. At this point, Yi Xian's combat weapon, battle armor, and warship, a total of 3 basic Starry Sky treasures, had all reached the Starry Sky Treasure grade. If news of this spread out and was known by others, it would probably cause an earthquake. These man-made treasures could not be compared to those natural treasures like the Rai D seal. Chapter 3796. After this fusion, not only had Yi Xian's battle armor and battleship successfully leveled up to become true Starry Sky treasures, their names had also changed. This change in name represented the appearance of a new attribute and a new increase in power. At this point, his battle armor, and battleship, the 3 basic treasures of the universe, had all reached the level of true Starry Sky treasures. Once the battle armor were summoned, Yi Xian's true battle strength would increase by at least 20% under the support of their power. As for the battleship, the void-shattering shuttle, it would also gain an increased speed. After activating the concealment array, it would no longer be as simple as concealing one's appearance. It was simply like the innate bloodline of the Space Mouse clan, able to perfectly blend into the void. According to Yi Xian's estimation, perhaps even the old monsters of the domain lords would not be able to discover it if they focused their attention on probing. This was definitely a treasure for escaping. To Yi Xian, this was of great significance. After all, not all dangerous situations were suitable for directly activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape. In fact, after this fusion with a drop of true Phoenix Nirvana blood, his indestructible Nirvana armor already had a terrifying ability that was equivalent to a death substitution. As long as he summoned this armor, it would be able to help Yi Xian withstand a powerful attack that was certain to kill him. Of course, once this death substitution Nirvana power was activated, the indestructible Nirvana armor would definitely be damaged. This was indeed a pity, but it was impossible to not pay a price for any small gain, not to mention the additional life substitution Nirvana power. Fortunately, even if the battle armor was damaged, there was at least a possibility of repairing it in the future. This made Yi Xian feel slightly more at ease. With joy in his heart, Yi Xian summoned the indestructible Nirvana armor and the withered demon blood blade at the same time. With the battle armor on his body and the battle blade in his hand, he summoned the void-shattering shuttle and played around in the vast and silent void of the black hole of life. His heart was extremely agitated and his heroic spirit soared to the heavens. After a long time, his excited emotions gradually calmed down. Calculating the time, there was still about a day left. Yi Xian decided to use this day to concoct the level 14 and level 15 liquids that he urgently needed. At this moment, his body and blood qi had reached the 13th Great Realm, level 3 incipient realm. After a few more small realms, once he reached peak level 9 incipient realm, he would need the level 14 fluid to break the limit of human potential one more time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to advance further. It could be said that the concoction of the level 14 liquid and the level 15 liquid was imminent. If it was in the past, this matter really couldn't be rushed. Level 14 and level 15 Geno fluids were not ordinary materials. Even now, in the immortal dynasty of the human race, the major forces and families that researched Geno fluids could only concoct level 8 and level 9 Geno fluids. Only the Tuoba family could concoct the level 10 liquid. This was the result of Yi Xian throwing a level 10 liquid formula to the Tuoba family as young Master Linghu when the Tuoba family was consuming their family's resources. The level 14 liquid was one thing. After consuming one tube, it could only create a cosmic light realm expert of the 14th Great Realm. But the level 15 liquid was incredible. Once a cosmic light realm expert consumed one tube and successfully broke through, a cosmic light realm expert of the 15th Great Realm would be born in an instant. Even a cosmic light realm expert only needed 1 or 2 tubes of the level 15 liquid to create a cosmic light realm expert. It could be seen how terrifying its medicinal effects were. From this, it could be seen how precious the various heaven and earth treasures needed to concoct this level of Geno fluid were. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted so many times that it could be said that he had done all sorts of bad things, and his targets were all the top powers and clans of the 3 Great Plains. However, he still didn't have all the heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct these 2 types of gene fluids. In fact, gathering all the required heaven and earth treasures only meant that the preparation work was complete. The most important and most difficult part was still the derivation of the formula and the actual concoction. For any top-notch faction in the research field of gene cultivation fluid, a formula for a gene cultivation fluid would require many years of careful exploration, countless concocting experiments, and a huge amount of medicinal ingredients. In the end, it would also require a certain amount of luck before it could be successfully finalized. Moreover, the higher the level of the Geno fluid, the longer and more difficult this process would take. However, for Yi Xian, all this was no longer a problem after he obtained the 9-colored flesh paste and all evil elixir from the netherworld furnace deep in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil. The 9-colored flesh paste was already extraordinary, and the all evil elixir was even more rare and difficult to find. Mixing a little of these 2 things together, even a formula and concoction that would originally fail would eventually succeed. It could be said that Yi Xian's current concoction of Geno fluid basically had no possibility of failure. Even if it was a level 14 or 15 Geno fluid, as long as he deduced the general formula and mixed these 2 things together, success would be guaranteed. Very soon, Yi Xian took out a large amount of various rare heaven and earth treasures that he had prepared in advance from the undying world in his body. These included the 10,000-year lunar spirit erosion fluid, phoenix blood 9 heaven sand, serene jade blood pearl, soul twining silk grass, 10,000-year pouch bamboo. They were all extremely rare heaven and earth treasures. Nearly half of them had been extorted from the top forces of the 3 great universes during the origin of all evil incident. If Yi Xian had to collect them himself, who knew how many years it would take him to gather all of them? In addition to the basic heavenly and earthly treasures required for concocting, Yi Xian also prepared a portion of the 9-colored meat paste and the all-evil origin liquid. In the end, he pondered for a moment before taking out some netherworld furnace lotion and the intermediate precious hell ant liquid. The 9-colored flesh paste and all-evil elixir could guarantee the success of the concoction of the gene fluid and increase its quality. On the other hand, the netherworld furnace lotion and mid-grade precious hellish ant fluid could increase the actual effect of the gene fluid after the successful concoction. After all, these two treasured liquids were body-tempering treasures that were extremely difficult to obtain. Needless to say, the netherworld furnace lotion was the mid-grade hellish ant fluid. Although the hellish ant clan also had high-grade hellish ant fluid, the one in Yi Xian's hands had been purified by the 3-colored flame of the farmer god cauldron. Even the hellish ant clan definitely didn't have it. After completing all the preparations, Yi Xian immediately began the concoction. With the experience of concocting gene fluids below level 14, Yi Xian was able to do everything with ease. His movements were as smooth as flowing water and extremely skilled. This time, he even concocted the level 14 and level 15 gene fluids together. If news of this were to spread, all the leaders and higher-ups of the top families in the field of gene fluid research in the human race's science and technology faction would probably commit mass suicide in despair. They wouldn't have the face to continue living. What surprised him the most was that the concoction process this time was surprisingly smooth. Every step and link was completed in one go, and he succeeded in one step. Chapter 3797. Those days were of great significance to Yi Xian. Not only had his battleship and battleship been upgraded into true star-state treasures, but they had also gained new terrifying and unique attributes. He had even successfully concocted the 14th grade liquid and 15th grade liquid, which were urgently needed later. In other words, he was already able to smoothly advance to the 15th level, the universe state, in terms of his physical strength. The time had come, everything would fall into place. By then, Yi Xian would become a real universe state expert. If he activated the bloodline ability of the true form of the devil ape, his combat power would increase by at least 1 level, even if he couldn't instantly increase by 2 levels like before. By then Yi Xian, as a universe state expert, would be able to display the combat power of a Star Lord, which would be absolutely terrifying. Because if his other abilities, divine abilities, and precious treasures were included as well, then he would probably be able to fight a Region Lord realm expert. To be able to fight against an old monster at the universe realm, even if this matter didn't end in the future, it was still unprecedented. Even Yi Xian himself was shocked when he thought about it. Speaking of combat power, Yi Xian suddenly remembered Shi Wanjin, the heaven and earth path disciple of the battle lions of the second universe. He still had one more day, so he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to see if he could subdue Shi Wanjin. Apart from Yi Jiuming of the Hell Ants and Meng Mashan of the Ferocious Giant, Shi Wanjin had also been detained by Yi Xian in the Shenong Cauldron. The only difference was that Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan were still intact. Although their cultivation had been sealed by Yi Xian when they were knocked out by the big-headed black stick, that was all. However, Shi Wanjin was different. His foundation had been destroyed by Lion Badeo, a young genius of the battle lions, who had already surrendered to Yi Xian. Shi Wanjin had become a cripple at the moment. He was only being kept alive by Yi Xian with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He wouldn't die, but that was all. Even so, Yi Xian had cast a seal on him to prevent him from committing suicide. As for the purpose of doing so, it was none other than the bloodline ability of the battle lions, the 9 changes of the wild lion. Shi Wanjin had only comprehended the 4th transformation of the 9 changes of the wild lion. Once it was activated, he would have a bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet long. His physical strength was simply invincible. Even Yi Xian couldn't do anything to him when they fought in the void at the edge of the core of the origin of all evil. If he could obtain that bloodline ability, Yi Xian was confident that he could modify the 9 changes of the demonic ape. If he succeeded, even if he was only able to comprehend the 4th transformation like Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian's devil ape true body would still be 100,000 meters tall. At that time, with his other methods and abilities, even the old monsters of the domain lords would have to take a detour when they saw Yi Xian. Of course, this was a little inhumane. First, he stole the foundation of his Tao. Now, he was going to torture him, extort a confession, and steal his bloodline ability. But Yi Xian didn't mind. He had experienced too many things like this since he was an ordinary mortal. Cultivation was a heaven-defying act. How could he go far if he was too kind? Moreover, he and Shi Wanjin were mortal enemies. Even if Yi Xian fell into the enemy's hands, if necessary, Shi Wanjin would still do the same to him. Therefore, even if he used cruel methods to torture Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian wouldn't feel guilty. It wouldn't affect the stability of his Tao heart. After making the decision, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron. After activating the concealment function, he stepped into the cauldron and arrived at the bottom of the central region volcano. On the bottom of the volcano, there were 3 cages in a row. Inside were Yi Jiuming, Meng Mashan, and Shi Wanjin. When they saw Yi Xian, the 3 of them were stunned. Then, Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan became nervous and retreated to a corner. Shi Wanjin, however, remained where he was. He stood. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian. He looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Don't stare at me like that. You and I are enemies. For you, everything is fate. If I fell into your hands, I would also have a similar fate. Yi Xian lightly smiled. If you're willing to bet, then you have to lose. If you lose, then you have to bear all of this. If you don't even have this bit of awareness, then the state of mind of your clan's Daoist is too disappointing. Although these words were said ruthlessly, every word was thrown to the ground without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Not only was Shi Wanjin stunned when he heard this, even Aunt Jiuming and Meng Mashan, who were in the cages on both sides, fell into deep thought after being slightly stunned. My Tao foundation has been destroyed. I am already a cripple. Why don't you let me return to the void? Perhaps Yi Xian's words had some effect, but the madness in Shi Wanjin's eyes faded a little. Although his expression was still ferocious, at least his tone was calm. Could it be that this is the state of mind you are proud of? Leaving behind a crippled captive and humiliating him for fun? Wrong. You are not worth this young master's time to humiliate you for fun. With this young master's current level, I have to at least be an old domain master. Otherwise, there will be no sense of accomplishment. Yi Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. His words sounded pretentious, but they were indeed his thoughts. Even if a Star-Lord old monster wanted him to wantonly humiliate him, the current Yi Xian probably wouldn't think that it was that amazing or that he would be interested in it. Shi Wanjin was clearly unable to keep up with his pace. His thoughts were a little too jumpy, and after hearing these words, he was even more stunned. Yi Xian didn't waste time and went straight to the point. Let's be frank. In fact, although this young master handed over Lang Gongqiang and the others, after all, their Tao foundations have been destroyed. Even if they return to the clan, the result will be the same. It's fine if they die, but if they don't die, it will be even more painful. The reason I let you stay has nothing to do with humiliation. What I want is the bloodline ability of your Battle Lion clan, the 9 Berserk Lion transformation. You are the universe Tao child. Although you have only comprehended the 4th transformation, you must have the complete inheritance of the 9 Berserk Lion transformation. Hand it over and you will be free. This young master said before that I have no interest in humiliating you, nor do I have the time. But if it is related to benefits, then it is naturally different. At the end, Yi Xian's expression gradually became serious. Don't look at me like that. If we were in each other's shoes, you would do the same to me. So, this matter won't affect my Tao heart. Hand it over obediently and we will both save a lot of trouble. Otherwise, you know. I don't want to waste my energy. I will deal with you. Roar. Ling Huchong, you are delusional. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Shi Wanjin completely understood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, as if he had gone mad. You can try. Even if I, Shi Wanjin, die, I will not reveal the strongest bloodline ability of my clan. Chapter 3798. What do you mean? Yi Xian's words were mysterious, and Shi Wanjin was obviously a little confused. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked in bewilderment, obviously a little lacking in confidence. Your Dao foundation has been destroyed, so I can't search your soul. Otherwise, you will die directly, not to mention controlling your mind with the soul-controlling divine ability. Perhaps it is because of this that you are so unyielding, right? At this point, Yi Xian sighed again. However, I have a secret technique that has nothing to do with soul consciousness, or even divine sense, but it can still control your soul. At that time, not only will you obediently reveal the secret of the 9 changes of the wild lion, but you will also recognize me as your master. TSK TSK TSK, the dignified heaven and earth Dao child of the war lion race. Even this young master can't bear to accept an enemy as his master. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, Yi Jioming and Meng Mashan, who were in the next cell, were already aghast. They stared at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a demon. Shi Wanjin's body shook violently, and his mouth was wide open for a long time before he roared crazily, "You're lying. How can there be such an evil technique? It has nothing to do with spirit soul, and you don't even need to use divine sense to control a person's soul. You are clearly tricking me. Is there a need?" Yi Xian sighed again. This kind of secret technique does have a certain success rate, but if your cultivation is still there, the success rate may be very small, but now that your Dao foundation has been destroyed, your cultivation has been lost, and you are no different from an ordinary person. This success rate is basically negligible. Are you ready? Of course, it's not too late to regret now. This young master can still give you a chance to take the initiative to confess. No. You're lying, don't try to trick me. Shi Wanjin's body shook violently again, his eyes filled with despair, but he was still unwilling to lower his head. As the heaven and earth Dao child of the war lion race, his pride did not allow him to lower his head to Yi Xian. Since that's the case, then I'll offend you. Yi Xian didn't insist any longer. He waved his hand as he spoke, and an invisible spiritual imprint rushed out of his palm and into Shi Wanjin's forehead. The secret technique Yi Xian was talking about was a mutated slave seal. The slave imprint was a secret technique of the demon's mental power. It had nothing to do with souls and did not involve the consciousness of human cultivators. In the past, the slave imprint had only been effective on demonic powerhouses, as it had to enter the spirit source core in the demonic powerhouse's brain. Only then could it control the spirit source core and achieve an effect similar to the soul-controlling mystic technique of the human race. However, this situation had changed ever since Yi Xian's slave seal had mutated. In the past, when the slave seal secret technique was used on demonic powerhouses, its effect was to control the spirit source cores in their brains and enslave them. Now, after the initial mutation, when applied to non-living objects, the effect was equivalent to refining. However, it was far from refining in the ordinary sense. It also had a unique attribute, which was concealment and confusion. The initial mutation of the slave seal secret technique not only expanded the range of its application, but it also had the 2 perverse unique attributes of concealment and confusion. If a magic treasure refined by the slave seal secret technique fell into the hands of another, the other party wouldn't be able to detect that the magic treasure had been refined. This was the concealment attribute. If the other party tried to refine the magic treasure for themselves, Yi Xian could take back the ownership at any time. With a single thought, the other party's painstaking refining efforts would vanish like smoke in thin air. The magic treasure that was originally in their hands would instantly turn against them and be controlled by Yi Xian for no apparent reason. This was the confusion attribute. Yi Xian had already tested the power of the concealment and confusion attribute when he was dealing with old ghost Jianghu and the eyebrowless ancestor. It was simply heaven-defying. Old ghost Jianghu, who was lucky enough to survive that battle, probably still didn't understand how all of this had happened. However, the reason why Yi Xian was using the slave seal secret technique now wasn't because of its unique concealment and confusion attribute. Instead, it was because of its ability to expand the range of its application beyond the demon dwellers. The initial mutation of the slave seal secret technique could only be used on the demon dwellers and the majority of non-living beings other than the demon dwellers. When Yi Xian had refined the Void Great War, he had relied on the effects of the slave seal secret technique to achieve that. But apart from that, although it was useless against starry sky experts, it had a certain chance of success against ordinary people who didn't possess cultivation strength. What Yi Xian was trying now was to use the initial mutation of the slave seal secret technique to refine, or rather, to subdue Shi Wanjin. What did you do to me? As this formless and shapeless slave seal secret technique entered between his eyebrows, Shi Wanjin's body shook violently. His expression suddenly became flustered as he asked Yi Xian incessantly with a face full of shock. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to hear an answer. A trace of confusion quickly spread in the depths of Shi Wanjin's eyes. In an instant, it became so intense that his gaze became sluggish and dull. Success. The effect is quite good. It really didn't disappoint this young master. Yi Xian nodded with a smile and muttered softly. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan in the cage next to him. In fact, he didn't say the second half of the sentence, which was that it was a pity that this secret technique was ineffective against starry sky experts. At least, it was indeed ineffective at the current initial mutation stage. But regarding this point, Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan obviously didn't know. At this moment, a strong sense of horror appeared on their faces. Just a moment ago, they saw the whole process with their own eyes. Under the strange method of young Master Linghu, the dignified Battle Lion clan's universe Dao disciple, Shi Wanjin, couldn't even hold on for a breath. In an instant, his soul was controlled and he lost his consciousness. From then on, he was a slave and servant. This was simply horrifying, like a great horror, causing Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan's figures to tremble with fear. Yi Xian was dumbfounded and found it funny. These two guys were obviously afraid that Yi Xian would use the same method to deal with them. Little did they know that this initial mutation of the slave seal was completely ineffective against starry sky experts. Unless they evolved again, it might be possible. However, this misunderstanding was also a good thing. At present, Yi Xian hadn't figured out how to use Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan, but what happened just now must have left a strong shadow of fear in their hearts. In the future, when he needed to use these two guys, it would be twice the result with half the effort no matter what method he used. Now, recall the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the wild lion, including all the profound meanings of the first to fourth changes in your mind. Soon, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze from Yi Jiuming and Meng Moshan and swept it over the calm and pious Shi Wanjin. His tone was cold as he spoke indifferently. Chapter 3799. The current Shi Wanjin had already become Yi Xian's servant due to the elementary variant slave seal that Yi Xian had used. Not only did he immediately carry out Yi Xian's orders, but he also did it without any hesitation. As soon as Yi Xian's divine sense entered Shi Wanjin's glabella, he captured a large amount of information regarding the 9 transformation of the wild lion. This included all of Shi Wanjin's comprehension of the first 4 levels of the first transformation of the wild lion to the 4th transformation of the wild lion. The entire process ended in less than 2 hours. In the end, Shi Wanjin collapsed to the ground again, but he didn't die immediately. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent some netherworld furnace lotion into Shi Wanjin's glabella. In the end, his heart softened. Although the netherworld furnace lotion couldn't restore Shi Wanjin's destroyed Dao foundation, it could save his life. As for whether he could cultivate again in the future, it would depend on his luck. After all, he was now Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian couldn't just watch him die, but he could only give him some netherworld furnace lotion at most. Yi Xian had a huge amount of this lotion, tens of thousands of cubic meters. However, it was impossible for him to give away the all-evil origin liquid. Yi Xian only had a little more than 2,000 drops. After doing all this, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan, who were already in shock. He left the area in a flash and came to the space inside the cauldron. He sat down cross-legged on a slope beside the central domain volcano. Yi Xian had given all the information regarding the 9 transformation of the wild lion to the devouring system. The system would deduce and modify the 9 transformation of the wild lion into a 9 transformation of the demonic ape suitable for his demonic ape true body. This would definitely be a headache for any powerhouse, but it was nothing to the devouring system. All the data and characteristics of the devil ape's true body were recorded in detail in the system's database. Now, even the 9 berserk lion transformations was the same. All the system needed to do was to integrate the data and information and deduce the most perfect transformation plan. Of course, this was definitely not a simple project. The further one progressed, the longer it would take. For example, after reaching the 7th or 8th transformation, it would take several months to complete a single transformation. However, the early stages, especially the 1st to 4th transformations that Shi Wanjin had already comprehended, shouldn't require much time. Sure enough, after a little more than 2 hours, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape had been completed. Furthermore, all the key points of the first transformation of the devil ape had been converted into data and stored in the database of the system. Yi Xian could access it at any time and use it smoothly. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. All the profound meanings and essentials of the first transformation were readily available. He didn't need to comprehend them at all. In other words, he could use them now. Devil ape true body. In excitement, Yi Xian immediately activated the devil ape true body. The 3-headed, 6-armed primordial devil ape appeared again. It was 10 feet tall and looked ferocious. Then, Yi Xian directly accessed the database of the system in his body. After thoroughly understanding all the profound meanings and changes of the first transformation of the demonic ape, he immediately used it, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation. An inexplicable bloodline power surged in his body in an instant, converging into a tide-like power, which greatly increased the power of the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies had risen to a height of 1,000 feet. Originally, Yi Xian didn't rely on the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The size of the primordial devil ape true body could also reach a height of 100 feet. But now, with the help of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape true body, it was obviously different. Although there didn't seem to be much difference in size, under the power of the first transformation of the demonic ape true body, the power of the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies was obviously more turbulent. The effect was completely different. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind at the right time. Ding, congratulations host, your physical body's power has increased. Current realm, 4th level Genesis realm. The power of the first transformation of the demonic ape true body didn't just increase the size of the 3 primordial devil ape true bodies by 10 times. It benefited even more from the power of the 3 primordial devil ape true body, which directly affected Yi Xian's true body, causing his power of blood to break through again. And now, his main body was at the 4th level Genesis realm, but in the form of the 3-head 6 arms demon ape, his cultivation was still at the 2nd level of universe realm. He didn't grow any stronger. This was similar to what Yi Xian had speculated before. As his cultivation continued to increase, it was impossible for the true body of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape to always be like before. The cultivation strength it displayed was always 2 realms higher than his true body. In that way, when Yi Xian's true body attained the universe realm, wouldn't his strength rise explosively to the region lord realm under the state of the 3 heads 6 arms demonic ape true body? That didn't make sense. According to Yi Xian's estimations, after entering the Genesis realm, every time his original body broke through 2 small levels, his cultivation in the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape would increase by a small level. For example, his true body was at the 4th level Genesis realm, while his true body was at the 2nd level universe realm. When he reached the 6th level Genesis realm, his true body's strength would rise again and reach the 3rd level universe realm. According to this progress, when Yi Xian's true body reached the universe realm, the gap between his true body and the true body of the 3-heads 6 arms demonic ape true body would be reduced to only 1 level. By then, Yi Xian would be able to display the strength of his true body of the 3-heads 6 arms demonic ape true body. He would be a Star Lord. That wasn't easy. After all, it would take a real expert thousands of years to reach the Star Lord state, and they might not be able to make a breakthrough for the rest of their lives. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the slower one's progress would be. Yi Xian was able to activate the true body of the 3-heads 6 arms demonic ape true body while he was still in the universe realm. If the news were to spread, it would be enough to shock the 3 planes and cause countless exclamations of envy. Hardly had he finished analyzing everything when Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head again. The bloodline technique of the 2nd form of the demonic ape true body had been successfully deduced. That was within his expectations. After all, the techniques of the 1st to 4th forms were already available, the absorption system had merely changed them to suit the true body of the demonic ape true body. Overjoyed, Yi Xian instantly performed the technique and raised his head, roaring, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The 2nd form. Chapter 3800. Devil Ape 2nd Transformation, Level 5 Genesis Realm. This result caused Yi Xian to be incomparably excited. The 9 Devil Ape transformations was truly extraordinary. Every transformation would have an evolutionary effect on the cultivator's physical body, blood, and qi. In other words, every time he successfully cultivated a level in the future, Yi Xian's physical body and blood cultivation would instantly increase by a small level. However, this was not all. One had to know that every improvement in the demonic ape true body would increase in size by 10 times. Therefore, the true combat strength displayed by the demonic ape true body was definitely not as simple as a small increase in the level of the demonic ape true body. At the same time, this result also verified Yi Xian's previous speculations. When his original body's cultivation had advanced to the 5th stage of the Genesis stage, his cultivation was still at the 2nd stage of the universe realm under the state of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape's true body. But his battle strength was completely different from before. After all, the devil ape true body was only 100 zhang tall during the first transformation. But now, it had grown to 1,000 zhang tall. Just the degree of vitality of the 3 true bodies was already a world of difference. Their endurance in battle was even greater. But this was clearly not the end. Yi Xian did not expect to cultivate the Devil Ape 9 transformations to the 4th transformation in one go today. After all, the further he cultivated, the harder it would be for the system to deduce and the more time it would take. Moreover, the 4th transformation of the Mad Lion was sure Wanjin's limit. Although he had comprehended it, since he had not cultivated the 5th transformation, he could not be sure that he had completely comprehended the mysteries of the 4th transformation. From this point of view, perhaps the time required for the system to deduce the improved 4th transformation of the Devil Ape would not be short. Yi Xian also did not expect to obtain all the mysteries of the 4th transformation today. But the 3rd transformation was still something to look forward to. The current him, in the 2nd transformation of the Devil Ape true body, his 3 true bodies were only 1,000 zhang tall. It was indeed not enough. Once the universe Dao children of the various races activated their bloodline and manifested their bloodline true body, which one of them did not have a body of 10,000 zhang? Although Yi Xian was a human and did not have the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, he had to be at least 10,000 feet tall in his true form of the devil ape to be considered passable. If he wanted to have a 10,000 zhang tall body, the third transformation of the devil ape was essential. Yi Xian hoped that he would be able to cultivate the third transformation successfully today. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Yi Xian. After waiting for nearly an hour, all the profound transformations of the third transformation of the devil ape were finally completed. After the transformations were stored in the system's database, Yi Xian received a prompt from the system. Roar. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Third transformation. Yi Xian raised his head and roared angrily. As the third devil ape transformation was unleashed, the surging blood and qi in the 3 true forms surged like a roaring river. This caused the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body to rapidly expand like a balloon. From 10,000 feet tall, it quickly grew to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, until it finally reached 10,000 feet. The entire process took less than a breath's time. Yi Xian's devil ape true body finally grew to 10,000 feet tall. At this point, the name of the immemorial little devil ape no longer suited him. With the immemorial devil ape true body, this immemorial devil ape had truly matured and was no longer in its infancy. The process of his body expanding was too fast. In the blink of an eye, his body had expanded from 10,000 feet to 10,000 feet. Even the surrounding space was faintly rippling. When all of this was completed, a monstrous and savage aura gushed out from the 3 true forms, far surpassing that of the war lion true form of the same size. The giant ferocious true body and the other bloodline true bodies were activated by experts of other races. After all, in terms of bloodline grade, the devil ape true body of the 3-headed devil ape true body of the primordial era was comparable to the giant golden dragon, the Dongshu giant tortoise, and the primordial Yiksha. At the very least, it had to be a primordial almighty, so its aura was naturally extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the realm of the physical body's blood and qi. Current realm, 6th level Genesis realm. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian successfully cultivated the third transformation of the devil ape. A familiar system notification sounded out in his mind at the right time. Sure enough, the cultivation of his physical body, blood had increased once again, reaching the 6th level of the Genesis stage. Overjoyed, Yi Xian immediately checked the cultivation of the devil ape true body. As expected, it was 3rd level universe realm. This result once again verified Yi Xian's previous conjecture. When his main body's physical body's blood and qi cultivation reached 6th level Genesis realm, under the state of the 3-headed 6-armed devil ape true body, his strength had increased again. At this point, he was completely sure of one thing, and that was that in the future, every time his main body's cultivation broke through 2 small realms, his strength under the state of the 3-headed 6-armed devil ape true body would increase by 1 small realm. Everything was perfect. In just half a day, not only did Yi Xian's main body's blood and qi cultivation break through 3 small realms, but he also obtained the 9-headed 6-armed devil ape true body's blood and qi cultivation breakthrough. Moreover, he also obtained the bloodline ability of the battle lion race's 9 wild lion transformations, and through deduction, improved this ability into the devil ape true body's 9 transformations. Although he had only comprehended the first 3 transformations so far, Yi Xian was already satisfied. It was only the 3rd transformation of the demon ape, but it already had a body of 10,000 feet. Because it was the ancient demon ape, which was famous for its ferocity even in the distant desolate ancient era, its body surged with an even more ferocious and brutal aura, far surpassing that of the bloodline true bodies of the battle lions and blood flood dragons. Yi Xian was extremely certain that if he were to meet the heaven and earth Daoist of the various large races again, even if it was rumored that the strongest heaven and earth Daoist of the various races had reached the late stage of the universe realm, Yi Xian had yet to meet the heaven and earth Daoist of the Azure Rock clan and the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the 2 most powerful races in the second universe. And if they both activated their bloodline and manifested their 10,000 Zhang bloodline true bodies, he could still easily crush the other in terms of aura. The Devil Ape 9 transformations has already reached the third transformation, and the fourth transformation will take some time to be derived and improved. Moreover, my main body's blood and chi cultivation realm has broken through 3 small realms in one go, reaching the astonishing 6th level of Genesis realm. After another 3 small realms, I will be able to enter the 14th great realm, the cosmic light realm. In the short term, it is not good for me to break through again. After calming down his excited mood, Yi Xian took a deep breath and muttered to himself, if I had time, I would have sneaked back to the origin of all evil star field and see what the netherworld furnace is condensing this time, and whether it is finished or not, but... Chapter 3801 Xiao. A weak, almost imperceptible sound of breaking through the air flashed. In the blink of an eye, the void-shattering shuttle was already far away, disappearing into the end of the void. After this last refinement and the addition of an extremely rare Great Peng sky-breaking plume, the void-shattering shuttle was now a starry sky treasure-level treasure. If necessary, it could perfectly merge into the void. It was not just a simple concealment. Its effect, according to Yi Xian's estimation, was that even a domain lord would not be able to escape. It would be very difficult for an old monster to detect it. Unless the void-shattering shuttle took the initiative to remove this state of merging into the void and rush out of the void to launch an attack. However, the current Yi Xian did not merge the void-shattering shuttle into the void, not even a simple concealment. Yi Xian deliberately did this because he wanted to see how fast the shuttle could reach after it was promoted to a true starry sky treasure level. The result was very satisfactory. Under the situation where Yi Xian did not care about the energy consumption and focused on controlling it, the current void-shattering shuttle could reach an extreme speed that was 10 times faster than a normal fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was simply terrifying. At least, this speed was definitely far beyond the limit that a Star-Lord old monster could reach by crossing the void with his body. Even if it was a domain lord old monster, unless it was a race like the Space Mouse race or the Cyanpeng race that had special abilities in speed and space ability, an ordinary domain lord old monster could only reach this speed by crossing the void with his body. In other words, if he could obtain a certain amount of advance, even if Yi Xian provoked a domain lord old monster, without using the interstellar coordinate jump ability, just the speed of the void-shattering shuttle would most likely be able to protect himself without any worries. From the black hole of life to the Demon Emperor star, with the previous speed of the void-shattering shuttle, it would take more than a day to arrive. But now, Yi Xian only spent a little more than 2 hours, and the Demon Emperor star was already in sight. At this time, the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars was already full of all kinds of starry sky battleships. The lowest was a star-level battleship with a length of 3,000 meters, and the fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 to 10,000 meters, as well as the fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 to 100,000 meters, there were also many of them. Left and right. The demon race's 10 void battleships, 1 real and 9 fake, also lay in the void outside of the Demon Emperor star. However, these 10 void battleships could not be taken away. On the one hand, the demonic Emperor 3 stars needed to leave some soldiers behind to deter the other races from the demonic domain. On the other hand, these starry sky weapons were too huge and couldn't travel fast. It was impossible to bring them out of the demonic Emperor 3 stars for interstellar expeditions. It would be too slow. It could only be absorbed into the body. Only the Star Lord would have the ability to refine and collect such a big fellow. That was the Demon Emperor Star battleship, Demon Emperor Star, Demon Emperor Old Monster. Of the Demon Emperor 3 Demon Emperor Star. The Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor Star of the Demon Emperor. B. Of the Demon Emperor Emperor of them. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimations, he would only be able to take away 4 of these 10 starry skies at most. Moreover, they were all fake. He was just putting on an act. If none of the 6 space ships that were left to guard the 3 stars of the Fiend Emperor star were activated and launched attacks, wouldn't everything be exposed in case of an accident? The impact would be too great. Neither Yi Xian nor the Demon Emperor star could bear it. No one dared to take the risk. In short, the army of the space rat race had been assembled. They were waiting for Yi Xian to return. Realizing this, Yi Xian directly controlled the void-shattering shuttle and plunged into the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor star, heading straight for the inner city of the Demon Emperor. With his current status in the demon race, the Demon Emperor's 3 stars had long since been able to move unimpeded. "You brat, you're finally back." The void-shattering shuttle landed in the plaza of the Demon Emperor star. Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the void-shattering shuttle in his undying world. Grand Elder Mo and Grand Elder Mo Qigong rushed over. The former was clearly unhappy that Yi Xian had been gone for 4 to 5 days. He rolled his eyes and said, "You're not even at the universe realm, but you can make a sector lord old monster wait for 3 whole days. Other than you, no one can do that, sector lord old monster. Wait for this young master. And 3 days?" Yi Xian was shocked. His face froze for a moment. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked in surprise, "The one from the origin of all evil is here?" "That's great," he broke through it this time. "He can go with us to attack the space rat race." This young master was worried that those sector lords would hide. If a sector lord old monster is hiding in the rat, that would be troublesome. Your worry is not wrong. The space rat race does have a sector lord old monster. Although he hasn't appeared in tens of thousands of years, he should still be alive. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Grand Elder Mo was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression turned serious. "However, the one who waited for you for 3 days isn't the origin of all evil's 3rd sector lord old monster. He shouldn't have appeared yet. Furthermore, the sector lord old monster waiting for you is on the Devil Emperor planet, but he can't do what you said and come with us to attack the Space Rat clan." "What do you mean?" Yi Xian was dumbstruck. He stared blankly at Grandpa Mo for a long time before asking in puzzlement, "Other than the 3rd realm lord beast from the indigenous beasts, which other realm lord old monster would come knocking on our door?" This young master doesn't know either. "You don't know, but this old man knows, all the demon dwellers know." Old Master Mo rolled his eyes again. He looked left and right, lowered his voice, and warned Yi Xian, "Brat, you better restrain yourself later. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of seniority, you're still my great-grandfather. Let's go, he's waiting in the Imperial Hall in the inner city." A generation of demon emperors. Ga? The Demon Emperor? Grand Elder Mo purposely lowered his voice to prevent the ordinary Imperial family members from hearing. After all, the fact that the Demon Emperor was still alive was only known by a few core members of the Imperial family. To suddenly reveal such a shocking secret, to the ordinary Imperial family members, the shock was too great. They wanted to avoid it as much as possible. However, even though he purposely lowered his voice to reveal this news, Yi Xian suddenly roared. More than half of the Demon Emperor Star City heard it. In an instant, countless demon dwellers looked over. Grand Elder Mo was so angry that he almost spat out blood. At this time, a dignified yet easygoing voice came from the direction of the Imperial Palace in the Demon Emperor Star City. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread across the entire Demon Emperor Star. Countless demon dwellers heard it. "That's right, this old man is the Demon Emperor Mo Zhu. Little friend, I've been waiting for you for a few days. Come quickly, this old man will welcome you with open arms." Chapter 3802. What? The Devil Emperor? Isn't that the old ancestor? The old ancestor is still alive. The old ancestor is still alive. This is unbelievable, this is simply a miracle. This is definitely not a lie. The old ancestor's voice came from the inner city of the Devil Emperor. Who dares to make such a joke there? Our devil race is destined to prosper. even the old ancestor is still alive. What cultivation level is he now? At least the sector lord realm. Our race is indeed going to prosper, but who is that little friend? Young Master Linghu? What is the origin of this person? To be able to make the old ancestor of our race call him little friend, this is simply. Shu, lower your voice, do you dare to doubt the old ancestor's words? In the future, young Master Linghu is a true friend of our devil race. That's right, even the old ancestor values young Master Linghu so much, his origin is definitely not simple. When these exclamations sounded, Yi Xian had already entered the imperial palace of the inner city of the Devil Emperor with Grand Elder Mo and Grand Elder Mo. In the main hall, all the upper echelons of the devil race, including the Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, were present, but they were all sitting on the left and right sides. Sitting on the right was a middle-aged devil race man who looked about the same age as the Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, his expression dignified, but not lacking in friendliness. Looking at the nervous expressions of all the upper echelons of the devil race on both sides, this should be the devil race's first-generation devil emperor, the founder of the entire devil race's imperial dynasty, a sector lord-level existence, Mo Chi Tian. Seeing Yi Xian enter the devil race imperial palace, Missouri Chi Tian immediately stood up with a smile, appearing to be extremely amiable. It was obvious that the little friend just now was not empty courtesy on the surface. As a sector lord old monster, the old ancestor of the devil race, to be able to stand up and greet Yi Xian when he arrived, he indeed regarded him as an existence of the same generation. The more people acted like this, the more restrained Yi Xian's originally unruly personality would be. He had always been someone who respected him, and he would respect him 10 times over. If Mo Etienne had been arrogant and acted like a senior, Yi Xian might not have paid him any attention. But seeing him act like this, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He clasped his hands and was about to bow. This was the old ancestor of the demon royal family, the old senior who founded the demon royal dynasty. It was only right for him to cup his fists and bow. Senior Devil Emperor, this little one is Yi Xian. Without waiting for Yi Xian to bend over, he was only halfway through his sentence when his vision suddenly blurred. The Devil Emperor Mo Zhu Tian who had just stood up was actually right in front of him, but Yi Xian did not sense the slightest ripple of space. A sector lord old monster was indeed extraordinary. Little friend, just clasping your fists is enough. This old man can't accept such a bow. After arriving in an instant, the Devil Emperor still had a faint smile on his face. His voice was gentle, but his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across Yi Xian's left chest. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly saw his pupils constrict. A trace of extreme fear and shock flashed through his eyes, giving off a feeling of panic. Was it because of the corpse lantern tattoo again? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately stopped insisting. With the level of the headless infant corpse, in this world, there was indeed no one who could accept Yi Xian's bow. Even if it was the Heaven's Eye that had just displayed its might in the root of all evil star field, where even 2 sector lord old monsters couldn't withstand a single move from it, it was the same. It wasn't like it hadn't been injured by the headless infant corpse before, and it still hadn't recovered. Regarding this, Yi Xian indeed understood, but the other upper echelons of the imperial clan did not, including the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and even great-grandfather Mo. At this moment, when they heard the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian say something like that, saying that a bow was enough, everyone was stunned on the spot. When they looked at Yi Xian again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Including great-grandfather Mo, before this, they had been extremely respectful to Yi Xian. Other than Yi Xian's monstrous abilities, there was another factor, and that was his relationship with the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher. These 2 old monsters weren't ordinary existences, but Yi Xian was extremely close to the 2 of them. Even so, he definitely wouldn't be able to make the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, say such words. In an instant, Yi Xian became even more mysterious in the eyes of the upper echelons of the imperial clan. The situation of the first universe has suddenly changed. The Tianji clan suddenly disappeared and moved away. This is very worrying. Yi Xian had just sat down when the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian changed the topic and said, "This old man originally did not care about worldly affairs and was in seclusion in a desolate void to break through to the universe realm. However, the situation today is special, and this time, this old man was also alarmed. The suppression of the Space Rat clan is imperative. Not only the Space Rat clan, but also the Hell Ant clan and the other slave clans of the first universe. It is not that we demons are too ambitious, but the clans of the first universe must be united before the Tianji clan returns. Otherwise, once the Tianji clan returns, they will be defeated one by one, and in the end, all the clans will be enslaved. Never underestimate the Tianji clan. This time, as for the whereabouts of the Tianji clan, our clan also used great divine abilities to deduce, but in the end, there was not a single clue. The Tianji clan's electronic life form is special, allowing them to not enter the 5 elements and jump out of the world. They have many divine abilities, especially in the area of deduction. It is useless against them. There's still a supreme expert above the universe realm in the demon race? Yi Xian was stunned. According to what he knew, the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian was only at the Sector Lord level. Of course. The Devil Emperor smiled faintly, as if unwilling to discuss this matter. Although I am the Devil Emperor, I am not the ancestor of the demons. To the Devil Emperor dynasty, I am the founder, but to the entire bloodline of the demons, I am just a junior. Right, Devil Emperor Senior, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher, these 2 old things, Senior should know them, right? What are their cultivations? The words of the Demon Emperor, Mo Zhaotian, made Yi Xian realize that a powerful race with a long history wasn't simple. As far as the Demon Cultivator race was concerned, it was impossible for the Demon Emperor to be the source. If they traced it back, they would definitely be able to pull out a long string. He did not dwell on this matter, but at the same time, he suddenly thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher and immediately asked. This was a rare chance. If he missed it, he would not be able to meet the Devil Emperor in the future, he would not even have a place to ask. Mo Wen Tian was stunned. He pondered for a moment before replying half-heartedly, their cultivations are slightly stronger than this old man. Yi Xian was unsatisfied and asked again, then may I ask, Devil Emperor Senior's cultivation, what is it? The smile on the Devil Emperor's face disappeared. He frowned and said hesitantly, this Emperor hasn't broken through the universe realm. I'm considered Sector Lord level 9 peak, N, or half-step universe realm. Chapter 3803. Liars. Liars. They're all liars. When Yi Xian heard that the Demon Emperor, who claimed that his cultivation was inferior to the 2 old things, was actually at the half-step universe realm, he immediately became excited. He slapped the table and roared, those 2 old bastards are indeed not humans. From the looks of it, they should at least be at the universe realm. Master, I was wondering if that old bastard Mosquito Butcher was the Sector Lord not long ago. I was tricked so badly. All of the demon royal family experts in the Imperial Palace were shocked by Yi Xian. When they heard that the reason why he suddenly flew into a rage was because of this, they immediately looked at him with sympathetic gazes. Even the Demon Emperor felt a little guilty. He stole a glance at Yi Xian and quickly distanced himself from him. Little friend, this old man didn't say that they were at the universe realm. I only said that they were slightly stronger than this old man. You are naturally stronger than this old man when you are in the universe realm. However, those who have surpassed the universe realm are still stronger than this old man. As for the specifics, this old man doesn't know. This old man has never lied. In the future, don't say that this old man deliberately misled you. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He stared at the Demon Emperor, speechless for a long time. Mo Wen Tian was clearly feeling guilty. Judging from his words, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher were probably not just at the universe realm. Even the Demon Emperor, Mon, might be at the same level as them. At this moment, Yi Xian felt his mind go blank. It was as if 10,000 horses were roaring through his chest. His breathing became rapid. His eyes were red. He was trying his best to control himself. He thought that he would be able to find out more about the Mad Mosquito King and the old bastard Mosquito Butcher after seeing the Demon Emperor. At least he would be able to find some clues. It would have been better if those two old bastards had not been mentioned. After asking, Yi Xian became even more confused. It was driving him crazy. The Demon Emperor, Mon, clearly saw that Yi Xian was not in a good state. Due to his guilty conscience, he hurriedly said a few words and left. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the center of the Demon Emperor Palace. When the old man stepped in, the crack closed instantly. Not a trace of his aura was left behind. When Yi Xian came back to his senses, the old man was long gone. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his mood and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Grand Elder Mo and the other higher-ups of the Imperial Demon Emperor Palace. For this crusade against the Space Rat clan, our demon race will send out an army of 10 million battleships. We will send out 4 battleships in the space war. Of course, they are all fakes. At this point, Grandpa Mo awkwardly smiled and turned to look at Yi Xian. At that time, if you need to use the Starry Sky battle armor, you'll have to rely on the 4 great killing weapons in young Master Ling Hu's hands. On the other hand, 3 Star Lords from the royal family and I will be leading the command of the army. As for the experts, the royal family will send 4 of them. If there are no other problems, the army will set off tomorrow. The space zone where the space rat's nest was located was called the Rat Ruins. The Rat Ruins space zone was quite vast. After all, the space rats were one of the top 3 groups in the first universe. It was located in the southwest of the first universe. Its territory was similar to that of the Demon Emperor Palace, but it wasn't as prosperous as the Demon Emperor Palace's space zone. Battleships were flying in and out of the void from time to time. It was almost impossible to see battleships of foreign races in the Rat Ruin space zone. Even if there were, they would only be small fleets. On one hand, it was because the Rat Ruin space zone was remote, and there were no precious minerals. On the other hand, it was because this star field was the ancestral land of the Spatial Rat clan, and it possessed a certain special characteristic. The Rat Ruin star field was a paradise for the Space Rat clan, but it was a nightmare for the foreign fleets outside the clan. It was well known that rats loved to dig holes, even the space rats. However, they weren't like ordinary rats, who only dug holes on the ground. Because of their bloodline talent, almost all the space rats had the ability to dig holes in the void. As the space rat's nest, the Rat Ruin space zone was actually a super huge rat nest. The entire space zone was like a giant beehive, with holes dug by the space rats everywhere. All the planets and the vast territory were like that. What was even weirder was that the countless rat holes in the space zone had been dug out by the space rats with their bloodline talent. Therefore, even though the entire space zone had become a sieve full of holes, the space in the entire space zone was still the same. It was extremely stable. There were no signs of it collapsing at all. This made people speechless, but it also made people gasp in amazement. Rats were not like other species. Their living habits were more chaotic and casual, and they could be found everywhere. Although the space rats were from the rat clan with a very good bloodline, they were still rats after all. Therefore, in the Rat Ruin star field, there was basically no order like other species. The entire space rat race was basically in a chaotic state of life. In the Rat Ruin space zone, only the largest Rat Ruins planet was a forbidden area for ordinary space rats. They couldn't set foot on it casually. Other than that, there were no restrictions on the other planets and voids. If they wanted to dig holes, they could do it as they pleased. The Rat Ruins planet, which was listed as a forbidden area, was the ancestral land of the space rats. The Rat Emperor of the Space Rats resided there. Moreover, according to rumors, there was a void entrance somewhere in the depths of the Rat Ruins planet. It was connected to an independent universe, and that mysterious and independent universe was the true Holy Land of the Space Rats. It was also the place where the bloodline ancestor of the Space Rats died. At this moment, when the news that the tens of millions of battleships that the demon race had sent to suppress the Space Rat clan had arrived, in the depths of the giant rat ruined star, where the surface of the land was also densely covered with countless large and small rat holes, in a bottomless vast black abyss, there was an old and thick voice. A fierce and ruthless voice rang out at the right time, resounding throughout the entire boundless rat-ruined space zone. It was heard by countless experts of the space rats hiding in the stars or the void. Little rats, prepare your sharp teeth and polish your sharp claws. The demon race is here. Squeak. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak.